Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. We are on part 10 of our basic modding. We're making our G3 community item pack. I did a little bit of work off stream last night. Zen Black has been fantastic. He gave me a bunch of even more icons. Good morning, Evelis. I'm doing well. Thank you for joining, especially at the time we've not done before. I was just saying, so Zen Black sent me a bunch of new item icons. I went ahead and implemented those, and then I also put in essentially placeholder art for the remainder of the items. And I made those commits last night. Just because we've already done a bunch of artwork on stream, this was just kind of more of the same. So let me install it really quick, and I'll just show you the icons that we have. I refresh the tree. He gave me a whole bunch, so I'll just run through all the ones, and then the placeholders I put in are either stand-ins from Icewind Dale or they're recolored icons. So let's see. The Black Dragon Belt, this was an icon that he provided. The original artwork that he gave for this is beautiful, and this tiny little icon does not do it justice of how nice this artwork is. So this is the Black Dragon Belt. This was actually one of the first bits of art that Zen Black had given me. And I'm not sure if Skelly is here or not, but Skelly posted after hours what the problem was when I was making the boot icon. That got fixed. So the slippery court boots are now working. The shadow is, in fact, I can actually just bring it up. The shadow is now working. I just basically redid the process. We actually have a proper black shadow, and it's paletted the way it's supposed to be. So Skelly posted in the daily recap. It's basically, it's kind of it's a bit of a bug in the NAI, and then just some simple things in the process of how I do it fixed it. And then let's see. We'd already done the Emerald Island Stone. Oh, Grays is one of the new icons. So we've got a nice little black and gray dagger. This is just an Icewind Dale icon that's just there for now. The Lucky Sweater, this is a very lovely Christmas sweater. So I feel like this fits the item very, very well. So an icon for the Lucky Sweater. Never Alone. This is another one from Zen Black. It looks beautiful. The Peril Sensitive Goggles. Also really, really nice. That's another one. He also did the Rune Blade, which looks really nice. The Spiked Armor. This is another Icewind Dale icon that I just grabbed. Icewind Dale has a spiked armor. The Glory of Suffering. So that's just reusing that for now. Let's see. The Tinker's of Spectrals. This is currently it's just a recolored Jan Janssen goggle. And then I think that's everything. The other thing I did was, we did this a little bit yesterday, but I went through and I set proper colors on these so that they match their icons. One thing we did not talk about was you can set basic colors, but then you can also set color glow pulses on items. And for the Elysian Runeblade specifically, the player asks for a glow. So I'm just going to open up the game really quick and show you what this looks like. I'll get my testing save.
Aye, as you wish.
So Keldorn currently has it equipped. So you can see how it slowly cycles through colors. That's what the color glow pulse does. Otherwise, this would just be a solid color. So the color glow doesn't show up, like the pulse does not show up on the paper doll. This is just a solid color. But on the actual game screen, this is how you get that little glow on the item. So because you asked for it to glow, I did this. Yeah, thanks, Keldor. So yeah, you can just see it's got that nice little cycle pulse. So basically for that, it's the same thing. You target the exact same areas that you can color, how fast you want it to cycle. This is, if I'm not mistaken, I believe this is an engine ticks, and an engine ticks. Let me go back and I'll zoom in for you. Never mind. Cycle speed is basically in engine ticks. There are 50, and an engine tick is half your frame rate. So it runs at 30 FPS. So a tick is 1/15 of the engine, and then you just set what color you want it to pulse to. So sorry, you'd think I would remember that you can actually zoom in on the EX. All right. So,
Aye, as you wish.
so yeah, you can just see
So be it.
the blade pulses, and you can set the pulse to be anywhere on the item, right? You can make like the not just the blade, but you can make like the hilt pulse. But the problem is the odds of you being able to notice that the hilt is pulsing is almost zero. So it's almost, when you put a pulse effect on an item, it's almost always going to be on the major part of the blade. So, and then otherwise, like I said, here's the icon, and then we just did our best to match the colors to what we have for all of these. Do I not have? Oh yeah, Rasad's got the throwing dagger. That might be a little too blue. And then she's got grays, so it's got the nice gray to match. So yeah, so I did all the coloring yesterday, and then I set the item colors and made the commits. Zen Black has been great about getting me the icons. But yeah, that's the color pulse. So I just wanted to cover that because that's all work I did offline. But it's essentially the same kind of artwork done, the same artwork process that we've been doing the last couple of days on stream. So I wanted to cover that first, and then I've kind of got like our to-do list. Like I said, the goal is to have a build for release tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be a stable V1. It might have to be a beta depending on how much progress we make in the next couple of days. But I have kind of on my to-do list. We're going to start with a little Q&A here, but after that, we've got we have the one dart from Mars that we still need to place. Somebody had mentioned yesterday that one of Gromner's battle mages could have it. I think that's a good placement, so we'll do that in the morning. Our last item to make is Subtle Doctor's item. Then we have Skelly had some suggestions for coloring the merchant and for some of his sound set, so we'll get that implemented as well. And then we're going to go over compatibility so that this also works on, at least as much as possible, getting this to work on the original Baldur's Gate 2. If we have time, I would like to do subcomponents. Right now, all of the items that cast arcane spells are set up so that Cowled Wizards will be summoned and, warn and or attack you as if you were using magic in Athkala. And so I think this would be a good excuse to put them on in subcomponents where you can either have them cast the spells directly and have the Cowled Wizard show up, or optionally have them cast versions that are Cowled Wizard safe. We can do that with a subcomponent. That's going to be pending whether or not we have time. And then final polish will be like Q&A and doing the README. So that's a lot that we're going to try to get through here in the last couple of days, but at least that's the game plan. And I wanted to start off today with a little bit of Q&A. Oh, one other thing I want to show off too. One of the cooler things that Zen Black did was, it's not on the rune blade, it's the Black Dragon belt. And I want to show this off because it just looks really cool. So remember, the Black Dragon belt, if you get hit when you wear it, it will trip Caustic Sheath, which is essentially like almost like an acid version of Fire Shield. And he sent me this very, very cool green Fire Shield animation. So that's the front starting. This is the back starting. And then just the continuous burn, or not next cycle. The continuous burn on the front, and then the continuous burn on the back. So this looks really, really nice. I'm excited about this because this looks really, really cool. So this is yet another piece of artwork from Zen Black. So he has been tearing it up on the art side of this mod. And for that, I added just a little bit of TP2 code. Basically, these are the VVCs that play the blue Fire Shield. I just basically copied them into new VVCs and assigned the new BAM, and that was all that was needed to create our new VVCs. Remember, VVCs control how animations play. So we'd already made one for the red bless effect. So these are just a little more VVC. So this is literally the only TP2 code I did off stream. Everything else is everything else was just BAM work, assigning BAMs to items, and adding a few from Icewind Dale and elsewhere. So that was all of our offline work. So I am glad that Nabbermind is here, because he had, I have in my Q&A, he had one of the questions about whether or not I could stream from a Linux environment. So I don't have Linux on my home box, but pretty much everything we're using here can be run on Linux. Near Infinity, this is just this runs on Java, so Near Infinity will work. The TP2 and the BAFs and all that stuff. This is just a text editor, and I know Argent and a couple of our other tool developers run Linux, so I'm sure there are highlighters. It may not be Notepad++ specifically, but these are just text files. So Near Infinity and a text file is like 98% of what you need to mod. The one tool that I am using that is definitely Windows specific is Bammer. But as we showed yesterday, I use Bammer for doing the artwork. You can use Near Infinity directly to do that. And then you just need a graphics program. Instead of Photoshop, you just need, GIMP or some other Linux alternative. But essentially the big tool that you need is Waidu, which there's a Linux executables. There's Near Infinity, and then if you're doing artwork or icons, you need something to help you with the art. And what's the other thing? And then for the mod itself, we do use our own. This is like the G3 packaging tool. We do have Mac OS and Linux variants of this. The only difference for those, they run shell scripts. The only difference is that, because I think you need something proprietary from RAR Labs specifically, when you package from OS X or Linux, you can't make the self-extracting Windows exe that you do from Windows. You'll get a zip file for Windows, which is fine. It's slightly less user-friendly, but these packaging scripts work. Like I said, it's in the G3 repo, it's called, I think it's just called mod packaging. Yeah. There's a mod packaging repo that has everything, and it's got Mac OS and Linux scripts. So even though I'm using the Windows version, that tool is also available for you on Linux and Mac OS. So, oh, hey, Bike. Yeah, so so that's the thing. Like, I've used Notepad forever. I'm happy with it, but at this point there are many, many other text highlighters that you can use. So let me catch some comments really quick. Yep, you can use VS Code. Some other folks are on Linux. Yeah, and the thing is, Bammer is actually on GitHub as part of the CamDawg repo. So with the source code, you should be able to compile a Linux version, but even in the repo, they don't have releases. So I just grabbed the Bammer exe. But if you can compile stuff, you should be able to use it. So that was the first question. Let me catch up my other catch up. The question about the Linux environment. Oh, Argent has contacted me over Discord, and I've been chuckling a bit because he's put out some nightly, and he basically said it's interesting watching somebody else use Near Infinity, because I'm sure I'm using Near Infinity in ways that he most certainly is not. And I'm laughing because he's like, oh, how you're doing this is really inefficient. And he's actually pushed together a nightly that has some features that should help my workflow a little bit, which is fantastic. I started off the first stream saying it, and I'll say it again. The tool makers do not get nearly enough love and credit for all the work that they do, because nothing is possible without the tools that we have to do this. And the fact that Argent is watching and being like, oh, this is painful. I need to help. I really need to help out Cam because this is just painful to watch. It's fantastic. Back when I used to do web development, we would do usability tests where you have a new website. You sit down with some people and you give them like little simple tasks. Like, okay, I want you to go to this website and I want you to, register an account, or I want you to find how you contact customer service, right? You give them simple tasks, and then you watch how they navigate through your website. And you could have like a plain white web page with a big button in the middle that says register here and have it blink. And users will still sit there and be like, I don't know how I register. And so I suspect Argent's getting a little bit of that, watching me muddle my way through near infinity. He's probably watching going, oh my goodness, the button is right there. What are you doing? Please, please, please. It's already there. You're doing this the slowest way possible. So I've been chuckling a little bit, imagining Argent watching this and just being like, oh. But he's been fantastic. I have not installed the latest nightly, but he's pushed together a nightly with some of the features based on how he's seeing me use Near Infinity. So hopefully it's not too painful for him to watch. So I was snickering about that. And then lastly, Jasty had mentioned this in the recap thread a couple days ago, and I'm sorry I didn't get to it. But she mentioned, I go into game and I test stuff, right? And so, like right here, like I pulled up Keldorn and we looked at the blade and we saw how it glows. And if I were to make changes, I could reopen the game, load up that same save, and then look at how the item works again. And so she wanted to... she thought it would be useful, and I agree, of having a discussion about what gets saved in a save game and when you can test from a save versus when you're going to need to start a new game to test something. So if you were to look at a save game, and I'm just going to open up a quick save here. I'll just open one of these quick saves. So if you were to look at a save game, it stores things like areas. This one in particular doesn't have it, but it also stores. This is more like it. All right. It stores areas that you visited. So if you've made changes to an area file, you're going to need to test from a save game that has not opened that area file yet, because the area file gets saved in the save game. Stores also get stored in the save game. Once you visit a store, a copy of that store is made to your save game. Let's see, you got stores, you got areas. The world map is also in the save game. Global NPCs. So anybody who's joined your party becomes a global NPC. So if I want to make a change to Keldorn and he's already in my party, I'm going to need a save where he hasn't joined yet to test what changes I've made to him. Now, things like items, basically your save game just basically says, hey, he's got this item equipped, go check the item file. So things like changes to items, changes to BAMs, changes to scripts, these can be checked from existing save games because the game just goes and just checks the resource. Dialogues as well. It's mainly area stores and world maps. Now for us, we could go into a save game and then areas are, it's subtle because like for us, we spawn the merchant in trade meet, but we do it via script. So even if I'm testing from a save game where I visit a trade meet, my merchant will still show up because I'm using a script to spawn him. This is one of the benefits of doing it via script over inserting him directly in the area file. So, but on the other hand, once we talk to the merchant and open his store, any future changes we make to the store, we're going to have to go back to a save game from before that because again, the store is stored in the save game. So like I said, area, world map, global NPCs, which means, from a practical standpoint, that generally means NPCs who have joined the party, world map, area, store, global NPCs. Outside of that, generally, you make a change to dialogue, you can check it from an existing save game. Items, artwork, scripts, all that other stuff. Generally, you can check from an existing save game and you'll be fine. If you guys have any questions about what's in a save game or not, you can always take a look at your save game directly or just ask and I'll try to cover it. So I think that's catching up on my Q&A and comments. Let me double check my list here. Okay. So I think that's it. So let's start off with the one thing that we talked about for like 20 minutes yesterday and never solved, was the placement for Mars's his ToB dart, which is like the Severing Mist dart, I think. Dart. No, it's not the vampiric dart. There it is. The dart of the Severing Mist. This is the +5 one, right? Yeah. And somebody had suggested the one of the mages in Gromnir's party, which I think is a good shout. So I had just taken a quick peek earlier this morning, and yeah, I think they will qualify. So let's first find Gromnir's. That's all Watcher's Keep. Is this? All right, yeah. So this is Gromnir's. So it can either be on Karun or the Ilkhan Battle Mage. I think Karun already has a special item. No, he's just kind of adventure. Let's do it on generic Ilkhan Battle Mage. Let's check his info. Yeah, he's just got a staff and an adventure rope. So we're going to come back and we are going to where's our creature modifications? Here we go. Wait. We've got 2 creature sections. No, it's the Department of Redundant Redundancies all over again. All right. So we're going to add this to the Gromnir Battle Mage, who is GromG05. GromG05. And actually it's going to be closer to this, so I'm going to grab this in advance. Except I don't think it has any charges. Let me go back to the item. Darted Severing Mist. Yeah, no charge abilities. Okay. And this is Severing Mist to Ilkhan Battle Mage. Alright, and this is G3C Acid is the item name. Alright, so same thing. We're going to no flags attached. Weapon means it will equip in any of the 4 open weapon slots. And then equip means that we want this item to be equipped. And the equip is optional, but in this case, I think we want it because his current weapon is just a +2 quarterstaff, and this is a better weapon. And not only that, this item has equipping bonuses. So even if he never uses it, he's still getting benefits, even if he's just standing there and casting spells. So this is a superior option for him to equip, so we're going to equip it. The only circumstance in which this is not a better option is if somebody gets into melee range, and then they get those +4. You get that +4 to hit and damage, but he's a mage. By the time you're in melee range with him, he's already dead. So I'm not too worried about that. And I think he's scripted to bounce between melee and ranged weapons. So that should be it in terms of giving him this item. So let's go ahead and save it. Let's test this, make sure it works really quick. All right, let's refresh our tree. You'll notice I keep saying I refresh the tree, and you can't see it, but you just hit F5 and it reloads the tree. And the reason why you want to do that is anytime you install a mod and it forces an update of dialog.talk, if you don't do it, if you go to like items or spells or stuff with text, the text will be kind of scrambled. So that's why I just get into the habit of I've installed something, I hit F5 and I refresh the tree. The other thing too is you can't see my taskbar, but every time I open a window into another window, pretty soon you have a taskbar where you've got 10 things down there. The other nice thing about F5 is that it will close everything except for the main window and just reset you back to one window. So that's not a bad habit to get into. So let's check our battle mage. He was GromG05. 5. And he's got the weapon equipped, and the little star means that this is his selected weapon. So nice and easy. We have placed the Dart of the Severing Mist. And we'd already taken it out of the store, so I know we don't need to update that part of it. So let's go back to my to-do list. So, all right, I'm going to tackle, let me pull up the forum really quick. Skelly had requested some changes for the merchant himself. Oh, of course, Firefox needs to update. Okay. All right, give me a moment. Sorry about this. It didn't occur to me that the body live stream recap. Not there, but hold on. I know I'm off screen. Give me a second. Here it is. Okay. Here are the changes from Skelly. All right. So he's got suggestions for the color. And then he's got suggestions for the sound set. All right, so let's pull up Gilbert Lington the third. All right, G3C merch. All right, so first let's do his color. Now, knowing Skelly, good dude that he is, he's probably given me these colors in the exact way that they're in the Cree file, so I can just copy them over simply. Although we can barely read it when I'm half screen like this. Come on. Yeah, okay. We'll do this then. All right, metal is 67. And he's right. So these 200 versions, these are all random colors. So remember when we looked at the coloring table for creatures, when the color is above 200, that means it's a random color. So with this, we are basically unrandomizing his colors. All right, his major color is 58. So that he will now be consistent in all games. Skin is going to be 12. The leather color is 93. Armor is 28. He's already at 28. And then the hair is 6. All right. So there's his coloring. And then for the sound set. Okay, yeah, I can see why he wants to do the sound set. Right now, these are kind of more generic nobleman lines, not necessarily merchant lines. So for initial meeting, he wants 38,783. 38,783. Have a look at my wares. Yep, that's entirely reasonable. Excuse me. Damage and dying. These are basically, you'll notice there's no actual text. These are actually just sound effects. And so I guess these are, I'm guessing these are probably the ones from a merchant sound set. Yeah, male merchant 06. Yep, okay. And then 38786 is the dying sound. And then common one, 38781. If I know better prices than And then 84. Yep. And then finally, and then 83 is our last comment. All right, so that gives him the official kind of generic merchant sound set. And this, I think, is... All right. That's the unhappy breaking point, is like the running away sound. Okay, so let's go ahead and save him and bring him into the override folder. There we go. Mouse is acting up a little bit. Okay, let's grab our merchant. Bring them back into the Cree file. Go ahead and make our commit. And we're doing two things. We're assigning the acid dart, updating merchant. Okay, commit push. All right, so let's take a look at my remaining to-do list. I think next up, we're going to finally get the Subtle Doctor's item, which is, if you've been following the stream at all, you know this has been put off and put off and put off. So this is the Cloak of Sound Rest. So it's Cloak, special abilities, block one weapon attack once per hour, and upon blocking an attack, it casts glitter dust near the wearer. Almost certainly E, and this is most certainly E level. So this is going to be another item kind of like the Slippery Court, where we're going to have kind of competing multiple spell effects. So let's see. Oh, I missed. Sorry. Yeah, Marcus asked whether or not Gromnir's mage has a Pippin darts. Actually, I didn't check that. We do need to check that. Because, yeah, we don't want to give him a weapon he's not proficient in. So let's check his proficiencies. He's got 1 point of missiles. Okay, so he's good to go for darts. And again, because he's not a party member, we can use the old Baldur's Gate 1 proficiencies. Good check. I should have checked that, but yes, he is proficient in darts. Because yeah, a mage with non-proficiency penalties sucks at everything. All right, so getting my Subtle Doctor item. So it's going to block one attack once per hour. Upon blocking an attack, cast glitter dust near the wearer. So let's think this through. So we're going to need, this is going to be something like Slippery Court, where we're going to need, let me put this in comments so that I can. All right. So we're going to want, we're going to need spell A, and all that spell A is going to do is block spell B. Spell B is the one that sets the on-hit condition to cast glitter dust. Okay, so spell B. So first, it's going to last 1 round, and then it's going to refresh itself after 1 round. To class and it's not going to cast glitter dust. It's going to cast spell C, and then spell C. Spell C is going to remove A and B, and it's going to cast glitter dust, and then it's going to block A and B for an hour, and then it's going to cast A and B after the hour expires. The item itself is going to block spell A, and then it's going to cast spell B upon equipping. The other thing spell needs to do, spell B also needs to 321 verse itself. The 321 is, let me not put it, I'm going to put, it needs to remove itself first. Because if it's already active and then the person like loads a quick save or something, you can get overlapping spell Bs and it will stack up. So we definitely want it to remove itself. Okay, so why are we structuring it like this? So the problem is that we have, we ran into this a little bit with the slippery court boots. There's a very clear event when somebody equips an item, right? You can have equipping effects go into effect the moment that it's equipped. We don't have anything that goes into effect when an item removes, when you remove an item. So what we do is we basically set up this repeating effect that goes after one round, it casts itself and it casts itself and it casts itself. And the reason why we pair A and B together, this is the same trick we did with the other items that that also have things that are conditional on whether or not they're equipped. So let's say that I put on the item, I get this retaliation effect for 6 seconds, and then I remove the item. After 6 seconds, it shouldn't refresh itself. It needs to cast A and B. It casts A and B after one round. Now, if the cloak is still equipped, the item blocks A. So spell B goes back into effect. If the cloak has been removed in that interval, spell A does go into effect, it blocks B, and this cycle of perpetuating this equipped effect gets canceled. And we do the same thing with spell C. So this is the payload, like when glitter dust actually gets tripped, it's going to refresh itself an hour later. But if the cloak has been removed in the meantime, we don't want B to go back into effect. So this is our approach. We did kind of the A and B with the slippery court boots. The difference with this is that we have an on hit condition that trips C, and then it shouldn't. That on hit condition goes away for an hour. So that's our. Oh, and then also B also adds weapon immunity while it's in effect. And then once it gets tripped, that gets removed, and you're subject to weapons like you are normally. So let me think this through. I think this covers all of our contingencies. Yeah, I think this does it. Now the cloak itself, I don't think has any other equipment abilities. This is literally its only ability, if I'm not mistaken. Block one weapon attack once per hour. Upon blocking attack, cast glitter dust near the wearer. So by casting glitter dust near the wearer, I'm basically going to have it cast on whoever attacked me, because that's going to simplify the process. Actually, no, let's just have glitter dust cast on the person wearing the cloak, because that will be simpler. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so I think we have. Let me get back here to my notes. I think we have our approach. So I had already set up. Zen Black had sent over icons for this item, and so I think I was going to name it. Let me double check what I named my icons. It's going to be named. The item's going to be named pretty much the same thing. I think I named it like G3C Rest. Yep, there's my I and my C. Okay. So this is, let's get out of creatures. Let's get back to, and I realized the other thing too is when I close trees, so I use up and down to navigate, or like when I want to skip to something, you can start typing in the names. So like I'm hitting G3C to get to our items. If I want to close the item tree, you can just left arrow, and that'll bring you up to here, and then left arrow again, that'll close the item tree, and you can right arrow to expand it. So in case you're wondering how I navigate through the panes like this. So let's grab a cloak. Because the cloak itself doesn't really do anything in line with everything else, let's find a cloak that actually doesn't really do anything. Like the Holy Cloak. This will be a good starting point. So G3C rest item. Okay. So first we're going to, however, this is a magical item. So we need to flag it as magical by being Actually, yeah, no, we'll stick with this. Make a magical cloak. We need to make it not for wizard slayers. Otherwise, it should be available to everybody. Unless, well, he didn't submit any. No. Okay. I wasn't sure if there are any other class usabilities that he wanted to restrict. The price, obviously, we'll have to update. We have the rest I value, and then you can see this is the BAM that Zed Black did. It's beautiful. And then he also did a inventory description one. Also very, very nice. So we have icons ready to go for this. All right, we've got our basic. And all that this cloak is going to do is it's going to cast. Wait, no, it needs two things. It needs to be immune. Yeah, let's copy this. I need two effects. All right, going back to my notes. Yeah, the cloak needs to block spell A, and then it needs to cast spell B upon equip. So we're going to make a 206, which is immunity dispel. It's for me. No text. As long as I have this equipped 100% of the time. And I want to be immune to... The spells are going to be G3C rest. G3C rest. A, B, and C. So we're going to make you immune to spell A. And then we're going to cast, which is Oppcode 146, on myself instantly, because we just want this to be applied. No, we want this to be instant permanent, because the duration is going to be in the spell. So we want to cast this permanently, 100. And this is going to be entered as string G3C rest B. So I think that should be it for the item. It blocks A, cast B. Good. Now we need to make our actual spells. So like I said, we had something similar with Slippery Court. So I think we can use those spells as our basis. Those are all the brush spells. Here's Court A and Court B. Yeah, Court A probably just blocks B. Yeah, removes stuff, then blocks B. And then B is the one that actually has the payload. And casts itself and A again at the end. So A and B, so the Slippery Court are going to be our basis. We're going to add a copy of this. It's going to be G3C rest A. And where's our core B? There. Yeah, I mean, this is a classic example of we're tricking the engine to do something that it should never do. All right, so this needs to be... We want it to remove A and B. And then a protection from spell. Yeah, this is correct. G3 rest B. Yep, a little 2-second delay. That's enough to block. All right, let's save that. That is the A spell done. Now the B spell. So the Slippery Court does all this luck-based stuff, which is not what this item does. So first we are going to have it remove itself. And let me finish up the spell and then remind me, I want to talk a little bit about spell stacking, because there are a couple ways you could do it. We've kind of danced around it without talking about it directly. So let me finish up the spell first. But all right, so we want it to remove itself first, and then at the end, it's going to cast rest A. Yep, delay permanent after a round. It's going to recast A and B. Delay permanent after a round. Okay, so the framework is there. All right, so let's save this. Actually, you know what? Before we get into the spell, let's talk about spell stacking. So this was something that came up a lot in the fix package. There were a ton of spells that could stack with themselves that weren't supposed to. Now, in the original engine, there was kind of only one way to deal with that, and that was Oppcode 206. So you would have, for example, Armor of Faith. You would cast Armor of Faith. It's supposed to last for, I don't know how long it's supposed to last offhand. Let's say 5 rounds. And so when Armor of Faith would go into effect, you'd apply all the effects, and then at the end, you would add a 206 verse Armor of Faith that would last the duration of the spell. And the idea was that while the spell was active, you wouldn't be able to, if somebody else, so if you tried to cast Armor of Faith again, it would get blocked. And that would be how you would prevent spell stacking. The problem with that is that if you know that the spell is about to expire and say it lasts 5 rounds, and after 4 rounds, you're like, oh, this is about to run out, let me recast it, you would get blocked and you would waste the spell entirely. And there was no way to avoid that. You lost the spell. It didn't extend the range, or it didn't extend the duration. It was just straight up lost. Oppcode 321 lets us do smarter spell stacking, because what 321 does is if I'm under Armor of Faith and in that same scenario it's about to expire and I recast it, the 321 removes the previous casting and then applies the fresh casting. So essentially I can keep bumping up the spell and make it a continuous duration. I don't have to wait for it to expire, and I never waste my spell. So 321 is a vastly better way to do it. There are a few occasions when you still want to use the old method of 206. An easy one is Enrage. So after you use Enrage, you're supposed to get winded. And so if you allow that 321, you can basically let somebody chain Enrages and never suffer the negative consequences of being winded after they use the ability. So, and we also do that for haste. So if a spell has negative consequences, still use the old 206 method. And if you're on the original engine, 206 is all you have. But still use the 206 if a spell has like delayed negative consequences and you don't want the... If you let them use 321, they can delay those consequences. As long as they have spells, they can delay those consequences. But otherwise, 321 in nearly every respect is a better solution for spell stacking than 206 ever was. It's not an original Baldur's Gate or Baldur's 2. This actually came from Icewind Dale. Icewind Dale has this opcode to remove, the spell effects from a spell. And it makes spell stacking in original Icewind Dale so much nicer. Of course, the E's all have 321, which gives you this superior spell stacking solution. 321 is just so freaking useful. I can't even like tell you how useful it is. So, all right. So B is supposed to, and in fact, 321 is the only thing that makes shenanigans like this possible. All right, so spell B, it's going to block one weapon attack, and then conditionally, when I get hit, it's going to cast Glitter Dust. Okay, and we're going to wrap Glitter Dust in our spell C. All right, so we're going to add. Let's just copy this. So we want. I think it's immunity to weapons. I think. Let's see. Immunity to projectile. No. Intoxication. Immunity to effect. Spell level. Immunity to weapons. So we can stack together a magical and a non-magical. And obviously between those two, I'm now immune to all weapons. So we're going to make this immunity to self, except this is going to be an instant because we want this to last for 6 seconds. And then we're going to duplicate this. And this time we're going to make it to non-magical. So all weapons obviously are either magical or non-magical. So we have just blocked all weapons. Now we're also going to add, I think it adds it above add effect. Yeah, okay. We're also going to add another one of these conditional 232s. These conditional. So we're going to add a cast spell on condition. If I'm hit, we're going to cast a spell on myself. If I'm hit by anybody, I think we want attacked by anyone. Actually, no, I think hit by does work, even if I'm immune. Oh, Marcus, that's a good question. Let me finish this up, and then I'll address that. Again, we want this to last for 6 seconds. No saves. This might need to be attacked by. I think this is going to be something I have to check in game because I'm immune to the weapon. No, I think it still counts as a hit. I think it is hit. I think hit by is correct here. So the difference between hit and attack is an attack means even if somebody attacks me and they miss, this would still count. Hit means they've actually hit. And I think it still counts as a hit even though I'm immune to their weapon. I'm like 90% sure of that. We can double check this when we get to testing. All right, so if I'm hit by anybody, I want this to last for 6 seconds. If I get hit by anybody, we're going to change it to G3C rest C. Rest C. And C is the payload. C is going to in turn remove this so that I only get one freebie. And then it's going to it's going to give one freebie. And then we'll remove itself and then cast Glitter Gear. Yeah, this is correct. All right, let me save this. So good question from Marcus. Marcus asked what are Oppcodes. I realize like sometimes I just kind of gloss over things. So Oppcodes, if you look, right, these are all the effects that are available to you in-game. This is a hard-coded list. It comes from the engine itself. We can't add Oppcodes. Some projects like TOBX and Bub's EEEX or EEX do have the ability to kind of inject code into the engine and add some opcodes, but for the most part, this is what you get. And if you look at, let's bring up the trusty IESDP, you'll see we have effects and it's by engine, right? I mean, Baldur's Gate 1 only has, let's see, like what? 190 opcodes. By the time you get to Baldur's Gate 2, you know, they're generally the same 190, and then it adds out to 318. And then as you can imagine, BG2 starts at 318 and keeps going all the way out to 367. And the reason why is because the EEs, you know, they added a bunch of stuff that's EE specific, but then they also brought in a bunch of stuff from Icewind Dale that is Icewind Dale specific. Like 321 is basically a copy of Icewind Dale's like 154, 158. Something like that. Remove item curse, that's not it. Come on. Yeah, it's like 154, 158, something like that. Because I used it for the Icewind Dale fix pack. I use it all over the place because it's such a freaking and such a freaking useful opcode. Say force visible. 57. Roof Sanctuary. Cure. Huh. Maybe it's not 154, 158. Oh, no, it's 254. Remove effects specified by resource. So this basically was copied straight up from the Icewind Dale code base in the EEs. So the good news is the EEs, for the most part, have the most extensive range of opcodes. And because these are tied to the engine capability, when we do our pass to make things compatible with the original Baldur's Gate, one of the biggest holdups is going to be the fact that BG2 doesn't have the same range of opcodes. For example, this item, because it uses 321 and BG2 really has no analogy for that, this is going to be an EE only item because this is stuff that you really can't do in the original. There are some ways you can kind of fake some of this stuff with far more complicated schemes. The only way, for example, that the original Baldur's Gate 2 lets you, target and remove a spell specifically is if you give it like a special secondary type, and then you can remove all spells of that secondary type. But it's a big hassle of a workaround. So in general, like once I start hitting like 321s, I'm just like, this is now no longer an item for the original. What is the relation of GemRB and Near Infinity? GemRB is an open source project to build an engine that can run these games. Near Infinity is a game editor. So GemRB lets you basically import the resources from Icewind Dale and then play it in GemRB. And because GemRB is its own engine, they can do whatever they want. Like, for example, GemRB has a mod where you can do a 10-player party, which isn't possible in the EEs or the original engines. And GemRB can do that because it's entirely their own code base. And, you know, they can build in whatever functionality they want. Some of the stuff that the EEs added was already being done by GemRB. In fact, one of the guys, Avenger, and I mean DLTC EP Avenger, not Rogue Rebalancing Avenger, he worked on GemRB. He also wrote DLTC EP. He was one of the folks like myself who was grabbed out of the community to work on the EEs. And so he's the one that added like spell states from Icewind Dale 2 to the EEs, because GemRB had done something similar, and it was, you know, spell states are super useful. So that's why kind of like so GemRB is basically an engine to run any of these games. It's still under development. Lynx is currently doing it. Speaking of Lynx, he's the one who submitted the Slippery Court boots. It's a wonderful project, and yeah, because it's open source, we can do, you know, it can do features that we can't do on the originals or the EEs. Near Infinity is purely a game editor. So, you know, you can come in here and you can modify resources. You can look at resources. You can edit save games, but it's not, that's all it is. It's an editor. So you can view and create and modify resources all you want, but it's not going to, it still works with the underlying engine. This is not going to change the engine. So that's the difference. Okay, so I hope that answered your questions. If you have any more, by all means, just ask. So let's quickly. So we've done spell A, spell B. So spell C is going to be the one that delivers glitter dust, and then let me check my notes. Spell C removes A and B, casts glitter dust. It blocks A and B for an hour, and then it recasts A and B after the hour expires. I believe, I've not checked. I'm pretty sure Near Infinity would work just fine on GemRB. Near Infinity looks for a file called chitin.key, and chitin.key basically delineates where all the assets are. I'm pretty sure GemRB uses the same format. I'm pretty sure it does. Not 100%, but I'm pretty sure it does. I would be shocked if it didn't, because again, the GemRB folks also have to look at game resources when they're making sure everything works, and I think that they use Near Infinity too. Hopefully Lynx will drop by and confirm that, and if not, he's in the G3 Discord. GemRB is hosted, I say hosted, their forum and their Discord, their discussion channels, we have them on G3. They also have an IRC channel they've had forever, and they're hosted not on the G3 GitHub, but on another open source platform that is escaping me at the moment. But you can find links to all the GemRB resources on the G3 website. And then Lynx, who's currently helming the project, is on the G3 Discord if you ever want to ask him questions or get information on stuff. He's really, whenever I have questions about GemRB, he's the person who I go poke. Lynx is fantastic because he's also the guy who is currently maintaining the IESDP, which is a massive resource for all of us. So speaking of, we talk about Argent and the Unsung Heroes. Lynx is also there doing his work on GemRB and keeping the IESDP up to date. Massive, massive thanks to Lynx. All right, so let's close out Subtle Doctor's item. We've got our 2 spells. The third one, spell C, basically needs to do all of this. So I'm going to start with B as a basis because it does a lot of similar things. So first, let's close this out. Let's get back here. Let's save. Override. Okay. Then we're gonna copy this into spell C. All right, now C. I want to remove A and B, just as a precaution. All right, so it's going to remove A and B, and then it's also going to, at the end of this, after an hour, which is 300 seconds in game, we want it to recast A and B. Just going to cast. It's going to recast A and B. It's going to remove them, and I think it also needs to block A and B. Yeah, it also needs to block for the same period of time. Up, get back here. I keep bringing up the wrong window. Okay. So instead of immunity to weapons, we're going to change this to a 206. Extra from spell for 300 seconds. Want it to block A. Yep. Let's remove this. Let's also remove this, and then we'll duplicate this because we want it to block A and B during the duration that C is active. So we remove A and B, then we block A and B for an hour, and then we cast A and B when the hour expires. So I think the only thing we're missing is that it needs to cast glitter dust in the middle of this. So let's pull up ye olde. Let's grab the opcode from the glitter dust scroll. All right, and we'll just grab this. Now this is why I checked, because I would have just done a 146, but because it's area of effect, area effects use 148s. All right, so we are going to come back to C. We're going to add it like here. Up. Nope. Put it here. All right, going to cast spell at point. I'm going to do it self. We want this to apply instantly, though. Instant permanent. Cast glitter dust. Okay. So that, I think, should be it. Make sure all of these have no names, no schools, all that is correct. Yeah, I think that should be it. So let me double check I've gone through our list. All right, so the item blocks A, casts B, encoding, yes. A just blocks B. B ruins itself, provides the weapon immunity for 1 round. Does the on-hit condition to C, and then cast A and B after round. Yep. Yep. Okay. So I think we've got everything. So let's bring these. So first, let's grab these out of the override folder and bring them into the mod. I'll drop in the spells. Let me grab the. Oh, there's the item. Add them in the appropriate place. Now we need to grab the strings for it. All right. Yes, Settle Doctor's got the note. Almost certainly EE only. Yes, this is absolutely EE only. All right, so we got at 1065 is going to be the Cloak of Sound Rest. At 1066 equals this. All right, now let's grab some stats from another cloak so we can write our description. All right. Now the equipped ability is going to be instead something like this. Oh, and what is the actual weight of this cloak that we've created? Oh, I've moved it out of the... Dang it. I've moved it out of the override. 3, which I think is what he specified. Okay, it weighs 3. All right, so... I think he's written this in a way that we can just drop this straight in. Block 1 weapon attack once per hour. Upon blocking attack, cast glitter dust near the wearer. Okay. So I think that's it. So we want to... Let's delete this first. All right, we need the spells. We need rest A. This is going to be for the Cloak of Sound Rest. We've got A, B, and C's. And then let's get the actual item. Is the... Where is it? Okay. And it's 65 and 66 are our strings. Yeah, 65 and 66. BAM's already copied. Do I need anything else? Oh, we need to set the price. Okay. So let's take a look at other cloaks. So the cloak protection +1. Oh, we did this already. Yeah, the cloak +1 and +2 are janky in terms of prices. This is something like being able to soak up an attack is actually really valuable. But it's not as valuable as like saving throws. So maybe on par. It's not as good as the Cloak of Displacement. It's definitely better than Realtar's Mistake. Well, how is this cloak worth 4,000 gold? Baldur remains the class of the field at 8,700. Something like Whispers of Silence might be a more comparable price point. Even the Nymph Cloak is 4,500. My goodness. Algernon's is only 1,750. That's just weird. And then these, despite the names, are actually armor because these go in a different slot. Let's see, Cloak of Mirroring, 7,500. It's certainly not that valuable. This one's valuable just because you get the Jelly Mustard exploit. Rubber the Printai, 3 armor class. I think something like 1,500 I think is a reasonable price for this. So let's set this at 1,500. Let's go to our library with our prices. I thought Zinblack asked, where's the improved economy mod to fix inflation? I thought there was a mod that did something like that. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I could have sworn I remember seeing, there's like Simdingo's Def Jam and I think a couple other tweakbacks also have like where you can adjust experience like up or down a percentage across the game. I want to say there was something like that for items. Prices. There we go. And then we also need to add it to the store. So let's modify our store file. All right, where should we place this? Oh, we placed the Vamp Dart. Okay, we actually need to remove that out of the store because that's now placed in the game. Dart, Tome, Iowan Stone. And actually, you know what? If anything, Grace should be up here. Because Grays and Lunar Shards are both daggers. Oh, we're missing a dart though, aren't we? Oh, I think that vampiric dart was supposed to be the dart that we're missing. Because we have 3 darts. We placed 2 of them in game. Yeah, we're missing a dart here somewhere. All right, let's copy this and paste it. All right. Let's see. The vampiric dart got placed. So did the... It's the lethargic soul that's not been placed, right? This is the +3 dart. Yeah. All right. And really quick, does this have no charged abilities? So, quantity 1, no charges, dart to the lethargic soul. Okay. So we got Graze, the Lunar Shards, the dart. And then this is the duplicate that I was going to change into the Cloak. The Holy Cloak, it's still used in its old name. Does not have any charges ability, want to be identified 1. Now, where do we want this? Belt. Those are both armors. Let's put it here. Because then we've got dagger, dart, tome. You know what, if anything, let's move the tomes. The tomes and the executioner putties are all items that go in the quick slot. So we'll put these together at the end. All right, so we've got weapons. Then we've got equipable items, basically going from the top down. Because we've got 4 things that go in the head slot. Then we've got body slots, cloak slots, boots, belts, shield, and then quick slot items. All right, I think so. We've reorganized the store slightly, but I think this makes a little more sense. So let's go ahead and save that, and then we amended. We had been missing a dart. Okay. What do you think about placing the Black Dragon Belt on a thief type character in SOA? I'd be fine. That's the fun thing, right? Getting items off of enemies is always more fun than buying them. So if we could find a good home for the Black Dragon Belt, I'm totally fine with it. My immediate thought is, what's his face at the guarded compound? The dude that tries to open the fight by backstabbing you. I'm blanking on his name. Let me quickly make a commit and commit all of our work here first. So we have added I'm just going to say Settle Doctor's Cloak, reorg of store. All right, we need to add the item and the spells. Add those. Still not committing readmes. All that is correct. Let's make our commit. On Shank. No, not on Shank. Okay. It's a little past noon. Let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll see if we can find that thief at the guarded compound and see what he's got as equipment to see if he'd be maybe a good fit for the dragon belt. Otherwise, and because it's noon, I'm also going to go out and feed the horse. So this will be a longer break. This will be more like 5 to 10 minutes. I'll be as quick as I can, and then we'll come back and we'll start working on that stuff. So sit tight. Again, if you guys have any questions or comments, keep them coming, and I will answer as many as I can when I get back. Otherwise, like I said, 5-10 minute break, and then we'll get back on it. All right, welcome back. Oh yeah, Wiki says that the thief's named Keta. That sounds exactly right. That sounds very, very right. And he's probably like HL Keta. Yep, HL Keta. And there's two versions. We'll have to see. I think this is probably the one you meet on the ground floor that taunts you, and not his combat version. Yeah, he's got a min HP. If you're not familiar with the engine, min HP 1 is an immortality item. Basically, any creature that is not supposed to die has min HP 1 equipped. It basically prevents as much as possible every form of death. So I'm guessing this is the version that's on the ground floor that basically kind of taunts you. Yeah, okay. And then I'm guessing HL Keta 2 is a copy of him that shows up. Yeah, okay, let me guarded compound. Let's check the ice. I don't know the guarded compound offhand. Areas. So I'm pretty sure we're going to find Keta in both floors of the guarded compound. Area 906 and 907. Okay. So Keta's indeed here. Oh, HL Keta 2 is the ground floor version, and then the combat version on the upper floor is just Keta. Okay, so I had them backwards. Keta's going to be our combat version. So let's see. What do we have in Keta's inventory? He has a min HP 1. I'm guessing he must destroy this after conversation. It's really weird that he has that equipped. Hello, Yagmer. So he's definitely got a belt slot open. Let's see, when does he's got to have scripting to remove that mid HP 1. Okay, yeah, so if he has it equipped and he's in the second floor, he destroys it. So basically on the ground floor, he keeps it because he's supposed to be invulnerable there. Okay, I was going to say there's no way because you can obviously kill him, so he must destroy it at some point. All right. Okay, got it. So we can certainly add it to Keta. He doesn't really have anything else terribly special. So Zen Black over here, I'll leave it up to you. If you want to add it to Keta, we can certainly add it to Keta. If you've got another place, we can place it there. Either will work. But otherwise, we have completed our item list. So the only things I have kind of left on our to-do list after the items were, let's see. Yeah, we can do subcomponents, or we can do compatibility with the original, doing the original Baldur's Gate 2 check for compatibility. Zinblock says, sure, I think that's fine. All right. So first, let's remove it from the store. Let's go to our store. Open the file. Where's our black dragon belt? Okay, we'll remove it from here. Save, override, okay, and then we'll come back to our TP2, and we will where's our creature section? Here we go. And it's going to be more like, yeah, it's going to be more like this. So we're going to add, replace the black dragon belt on Keta, and the HL Keta 2 is the one on the ground floor. He's invulnerable, so to match, we could probably place it on him, but frankly, I don't really care. We're going to place it in his belt slot. It does not have any charges. And the item is the black dragon belt. And you know what? We're going to do some backup here. So I didn't do this with the Battle Blade because ring covers 2 slots. But we are going to do a backup slot in case his belt is already filled with something else. We're going to allow it. We're going to allow it to be equipped in a different slot, even though technically it'll be illegal outside of the belt slot. We're also going to allow it to be placed in the cloak slot. I think its cloak is open. There's the cloak slot. Yeah, his cloak slot is open. Now, enemies can cheat, right? When you kill them, their inventory drops, and so you have no idea where anything was being equipped. So for players, like the item type has to match the slot that you're putting something into. For enemies, anything goes, right? I can put a helmet in an armor slot. I can put a cloak in a glove slot. It doesn't matter. As long as it's in a slot that's considered, an equipped item, then the equipping effects will go into effect. Yes, if something is equipped even in the wrong slot, it works fine. The places where it matters specifically are for weapons. If you have, for example, a 2-handed weapon and then something in the shield slot, in the original engine that will crash the game. And if you put an item that doesn't have, say, like a melee or a ranged or a launcher ability, if you put like a ring in a weapon slot, it just basically means that they'll essentially attack with their fist because it has no ability for them to attack. It might even prevent them from attacking. I'm not sure. If they have smart scripting, they'll switch off of it and just use their fists if nothing else. But yes, anything in any slot will work. You'll see. Let me show you some examples of this. Let's take a look at an Ankh because I know we did this. The Ankh carries its shell as armor, and the reason why you put it in the armor slot is so that it can't be pickpocketed. But you'll see all sorts of creatures with stuff just wherever. For the most part, it tries to adhere by the normal conventions. And if it's a joinable NPC, it definitely will because their inventory becomes exposed once they join the party. But for everybody else, as long as it's in, any one of these slots, from helmet to boots and then cloak, counts as equipped. So you can put armor wherever. The one exception is the helmet slot is special because, at least on the original, anything in the helmet slot provides critical hit protection. This is something we actually fixed with the BG2 fix pack. Is Ankhs used to have the shell in their helmet slot, so they got critical hit protection, despite the fact that they shouldn't. So how the helmet handles the critical hits is slightly different than everywhere else, but otherwise, these are all equal. The other thing that it matters for is it's easier to pickpocket some slots more than others. So like pickpocketing a ring is a lot easier than pickpocketing gloves. There's a 2DA that sets those values, but that's the other big difference for slot. But the main thing is we want this item to be equipped. So we're gonna include a backup location. So even if the belt is filled, it'll try the cloak slot. Now, if we wanted to be super, anal retentive, we could list, armor, helmet, ring, amulet, gloves, and all of the slots to make sure it got put somewhere. But realistically, if it's not going to get in the first 2 tries, then it means probably somebody's completely revamped Keta, and it doesn't matter. It's probably going to end up in inventory anyway. So ring is special because ring covers both the left and the right ring slots. So this is already trying 2 slots. And then same with weapon. This covers all 4 weapon slots. The Rune Blade, this is for this creature specifically had a Bastard Sword in the second weapon slot, which is why we're targeting weapon 2 specifically. And this is using replace Kree item anyway. And then same with Nashtar, weapon means all 4 weapon slots. So that should be it for placing the belt. We updated the store and made that change. Yes. All right. So, let's run this really quick and just make sure that it works. And actually, you know what? Even though it's cosmetic, now that I think about it, let's just keep these in sync. Let's do HL Keta too. Come on, for crying out loud. go ahead and modify both, even though one never actually sees combat, but just to be on the safe side. Or to keep them in sync, at least, since it seems like they're in sync with everything else. All right, let's go to HL Keta. Now has the Black Dragon belt as his belt. So does HL Keta 2. Yep. Yeah, you can tell Keta's the combat version because he's got potions. And he's got the invisibility ring. So yeah, this is definitely the combat version. All right, so the Black Dragon belt has been placed. The store has been updated. And I think in terms of items and creations, we're done. So like I said, we've got 3 things left on the list. We've got compatibility with the original. We've got, we can do subcomponents, and then we've got the README, but I think I'm going to save the README. So it could be, but Keta basically speaks to you as soon as he sees you, and then he runs away. So I don't think you can actually pickpocket it. I don't think you can pickpocket the ground floor version of him. Because if we take a look at him, let's see. I think it's not Keta, but I think it's his buddy. Let's go to the area. His partner initiates dialogue, and then they go hostile pretty much immediately, if I'm not mistaken. Scion. So Scion. GP Shout. Oh, that's General Shout. Should be in Scion. Same thing. She destroys min items. All right. So basically, she starts dialogue as soon as she sees you. And she doesn't care if usually when you see start dialogue checks like this, usually they'll check like if they can see the person or whatever. She starts dialogue no matter what. She doesn't care if you're invisible. She's going to start dialogue. And so she starts her dialogue. And she says, yeah, look who's... Yeah, it starts here. Look who's come barging in. Okay. So basically you can apologize and say, I'm going to leave, and then they destroy themselves. Now, if you don't apologize and you threaten them, then yeah, they destroy themselves. So you're never going to get a chance to pickpocket the downstairs versions. Because in fact, it starts a cutscene so that you can't even do it while this is going on. So as soon as you get into range, you'll get dialogue. The dialogue ends with them destroying themselves. And then if you upstairs, then you'll get the combat version. So yeah, there's only a chance to get one. But that's a good thing to check when you have multiple versions of a creature. All right, so I'm glad we checked that. So I think let's do something a little more fun with why do TP2 stuff, and let's talk about subcomponents. Luke had brought this up last week about we have so many items in this item pack that cast spells, and they cast them directly. We've got all of Glitter Gear's books, for example, cast spells out of them. We have other things that cast mirror image or haste or whatever. And right now they're all set up to cast spells exactly the same way that you would cast from a scroll. And as such, they trip the Cowled Wizards. And so we had a discussion about the trade-offs about, the benefits of working around that and kind of the trade-offs that are involved. But I thought it'd be fun let's make this a player choice, and we'll make it so that players can choose whether or not they want these items to work that way or not. So we're going to set this up. So if you guys have ever installed tweaks or any sort of, long complicated mods, you've come to a point where it will say, install, for example, in tweaks, you have like install altered weapon proficiencies. And then you get like in that case, you get like 5 options. Cause like, do you want to do rebalance? Do you want to do the Baldur's Gate? Do you want to do Baldur's Gate with weapon styles? Do you want to do Isodale or an Isodale with weapon styles? You do that in Waidu through subcomponents. So let's set this up to do subcomponents, and then we'll make our changes. We'll make our changes in the second component. That way players can basically pick. So the first thing we're going to do is, so if we come up here, this is our component. And so we want a second component that's essentially going to do the same thing except some additional changes at the end. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take all of this code that we've done so far and we're going to put it into a separate file, because whichever option the player picks, they're still going to need to install all of these items. So what we're going to do is we're going to offload pretty much all of this code, and we're going to include it in G3 zip. We'll put it in the library file, and we'll just call it main.tpa. Okay, so let's make main.tpa. New text document. Main.tpa. And effectively, we're going to offload all of this TP2 code because we're including it. We're going to offload all of this into main. And the reason why we do that is because now we're going to we're going to set this up with headers like this. We're going to this is going to be community item pack, so this is going to be with CW summoning. And then we're actually going to copy this and make this without CW summoning. Now this is a new component, so we need a different name. And then the other thing is we need to designate this as a subcomponent. So let me pull up the tweaks TP2 and we can see a working example of this. Let's find ourselves a subcomponent. All right, one that's not commented out. All right, so for example, in tweaks, you have unique icons, and you can either install them so that they replace all the icons or only replace icons that are not already unique. And so subcomponent is how we do that. So if we were to look at the string, so the subcomponent is, tweaks will ask you, like, do you want to install this name? That name is this subcomponent string. And then the two options that appear underneath with the 1 and the 2, those are these strings. So we're going to need to change around our strings in ydo.trade just a little bit. So this is now a subcomponent, and we're going to make the component name 1, and then we're going to make the two options as 2 and 3. Now, the subcomponent needs to be the same. These referring to the same string reference is how Ydo knows that these two subcomponents are paired together. If I were to try to give this a different subcomponent, then Ydo wouldn't compare it or wouldn't link these things together. So, we've already used that too. Hold on, let's go to Ydo. So 1 is going to be the G3 computing. That's going to be the subcomponent name. We need 4 and 5 are going to be our individual subcomponent names. So we're going to do this as 4 and 5. The important thing, and also they are separate components, so they have different numbers. So we're going to name this at 4. And this variant is going to be items can summon Cowled Wizards. And at 5 is going to be items do not summon Cowled Wizards. And so right now, at least, they're doing the exact same thing. They should have the same predicates because at least right now, they're exactly the same. So we can take a look at what this looks like now in the installer. We'll run the installer like we normally do. So here we go. Install the component G3 community item pack. And then here are our two options, right? These are our subcomponents. And because this one's currently installed, it even gives us the message for it. So that's a subcomponent. And the nice thing is these are sharing code. Right now, they both they call main. In fact, let's go back. We can actually install one. First, let's uninstall this so we can see this from scratch. I don't want to display the README. And let's just do 1. Installed with warnings. What are we warning about? There's no warnings here. What are you warning me about? Let's check our debug file. Why are you throwing a warning on this? There's absolutely nothing to be warning about. Let's check our debug file. Oh, duplicate label. Okay. I forgot that. Labels need to be unique. And I'm using the same label. That's why we're getting a warning. So this is going to say yes to CWs, and then this one is going to be no to CWs. All right, let's try that again. Except this time we'll do option 2 just to show that it's different. All right, successfully installed. Okay. So we've got our 2 subcomponents. Now, the second one, we want to do it without Cowled Wizard summoning. So, one moment. Give me a button. Iris is back. So we have a number of items that currently just directly cast spells. So we've got so many of these that I think what we're going to do is we're going to write a function that handles this. And then we're just going to invoke the function. So the plan is, what we're going to do is, for example, if we have an item that casts mirror image, we're going to first create a copy of mirrored image as a non-arcane spell. So basically a copy of it that is exactly the same, except it does not summon the Cowled Wizards. So essentially we're gonna copy something like mirrored image and then basically make it like an innate spell. Then we're going to change the item to refer to this new spell that we've just created. So we're going to create a function and we're going to give it a couple of inputs. We're going to say, I want you to clone. We're going to give it a spell to clone. We're going to give it a file name for what we want it to clone it to. And then we're going to have it check through an item. And then we're going to give it an item and basically say, we want you to update this item from the old spell to the new spell. So let's do that. We're going to do this through another include. We're going to call this one CW. And CW is going to be where we're going to do all of our work for this. So let's go back to our lib. Let's copy main into CW. And let's go ahead. Let's also grab functions too. So we're going to create a function for this. So let's delete all this because that's old. So we're going to call this no more CWs. There shouldn't be any we shouldn't need any integer variables for this. We're going to need spell original. We're going to need spell duplicate. And then we're also going to need the item. And all these, we're gonna start with blank strings for all of these. Now we also don't need anything. When we run this function, we don't need any information back from it. So we're gonna delete the return section. So this is our action function. So the very first thing that we want to do within this action function is make sure that the user, this is like a debugging type of thing. We want to make sure that the user has not just given us blank information, because without these 3 bits of information, we can't do anything. So what we're going to do is first we're just going to check that the user has actually passed along information here. So if spell original string compare case equal blank blank. Oh, string compare case equals 0. Basically, this means if spell original is still a blank entry, on a string compare, 0 means that these things match. So if that is the case, or we're going to make the same checks for the other two variables. So if spell original is blank, if spell duplicate is blank, or if item is blank. Item is blank. Then begin. We're going to add a warning here. And we're going to use string 6. Warning. Parameters not specified for. What do we for? Function. Okay. And that, what was string was that? That was a 6. Okay. So this is just a basic check to make sure that the user, the modder, in this case me, has not invoked this incorrectly. So that's our first check. And else begin. Yeah, we'll just do a warning. This is something that really shouldn't come up because this is me using it and I know how the function works. The other thing we want to do is another simple check so that we don't have to check later is action if. We want to make sure that the spell that we're using to clone and that the item exist before we run this. So we want to also make sure that action if not file exists in game. Spell up, sorry, no, spell original. Not spell. Or, actually, no, we want to make sure, yeah, if this doesn't exist in game or the item does not exist. Item. Begin. We'll do another warning here. This one will be warn at 7. And then only if we pass those two checks will we actually get into the meat of the function. Okay. Now, normally I don't add this many debugging checks in my functions because I know how to use them and I'm going to make sure that I don't pass along dumb information just by testing. But I'm doing it as a good tutorial example. Like I said, normally I just go for it because I know to feed it proper information and then I test to make sure that it works. But this is kind of a good practice of how to put in built-in checks into your own functions, which is always not a bad idea. So in this case, warning, spell and or item not found for CW no more CS function. All right, so we've got our two warnings set. So by the time we get to this part of the function, we know that it's handed us good information and that the spell that we want to clone exists and the item that we want to modify also exists. So first, let's add our in so that we don't forget to do them later. All right, so we get here. So what we want to do is the first thing we need to do is we need to take the spell, for example, mirror image, the spell original.spell. We're going to clone it into override and not spell original, but the spell duplicate.
Text message from Rudy Yoshida.
1 second. Wife just texted. Let me send her a text back. Okay. So we're going to take spell original is going to be set to like mirror image. We're going to create a duplicate to whatever file name that we specify. And then we need to make a so how do we make a spell that's not caught by the spelled wizards? So the Cowled Wizards basically key on this bit here, spell type wizard. So we're just going to change this to spell type innate. And then we're going to change the level to 1. I think I mentioned this the other day about in the old engine, innate spells by default always set them to 1 because you can get scripting crashes with innate spells that are not set to spell level 1. The spell level, in terms of practicality, the spell level doesn't actually mean a whole lot, but because of that, that's no longer bugging the E's, but because the originals, this is still just my habit. So we're going to change the spell type, which is a short at 1C. We're going to change this to 4 to innate. So let's go do that. We're going to write short at, what did I say, 1E? Yeah, no, 1C. Direct 1C. We're going to change it to, let's try the X. All right. I'll type innate. And then we're also going to change the level, which is a long, so it's 4 bytes at 34. Right, long at 0x34 to 1. And this is the spell level. All right, so now we have our duplicated spell. So that was stage 1. Now the next thing, we need to copy the item into, oh, that should be item to item. And in this case, we're just copying the item, not to something new. In this case, we're going to be lazy. And we're just going to say LPF alter effect. We're going to match anything with opcode equals to 146. And that match resource. Eval and we're going to change that to the new reference. Now spells can be cast via 146 and 148. So we're going to run this twice. And the other thing is we're also going to run this as silent because if it has a 146, it's not going to have a 148. So one of these two things is going to throw back a warning that says nothing was altered. Now, I said this is the lazy way, and the reason why is what we should be doing is actually running proper for loops and doing all this work ourselves. This is just ever so slightly slower. But it's a lot simpler to understand because normally, I would actually, if you look at something like, I don't have anything specifically for effects, but it should look something like this, what we're doing, where you start looping through a whole bunch of stuff. You can probably take a look at this code and guess as to why we're not doing that. I would suggest that something like this is a little bit beyond what we want in a beginner tutorial. So we're going to stick to alter effect. And like I said, I know all these are either cast through 146 or 148. So this will catch all of them. But like I said, the item will either have a 146 or a 148. So one of these is going to throw a warning. So we're going to use silent. I think we demonstrated it was either yesterday or the day before as the difference between using silent or not. So we have defined our function. So let's use this in example. So let's find one of our items that does this. So let's go to, and we'll do it on 1 as a demonstration. So dart to this cast. No, that does not. Akabar's Battle Blade. So this casts Blade Barrier, but Blade Barrier is a cleric spell, so this is not going to summon Cowled Wizards, so we don't need to make any changes here. The Black Dragon Belt also just has equipped. Caster's Guide to Self-Defense. This has 2. So it casts Haste and it casts Mirror Image. So let's look at these a little bit closer. So this casts Haste via a 148. So we have everything we need here. So we're going to invoke this function. We're going to launch action function. CDC, no more CWS. And then we're going to pass along the variables that we want. So the spell that we want to get rid of is, or that we want to swap out is Spell Wizard 305. Get back here. All right. Is Spell Wizard 305. And then we're going to duplicate it into, why don't we just call it G3C 305? Right, the actual name here doesn't actually matter all that much, but just something that we can pass along. We'll use 305 because then that we can immediately go, okay, that's haste. And then we want to do this in, the item name is, where are we? This is in G3CC GSD. Yeah, the Caster's Guide to Self-Defense. Okay. And item G3C, Caster's Guide to Self-Defense, end. So let's run a test, because that'll tell us very quickly if we have any syntax errors. And we'll run it on the Caster's Guide to Self-Defense and see if it swaps out haste for a custom haste spell. So let's first uninstall so that we're going from a blank slate. Now what we want to do is force install. Before I was just using the -- yes, and what yes does is it basically, every prompt that Waidu would give you in the install, it would basically say yes. But now we're using subcomponents. Now when you use yes, it'll say yes to the first subcomponent, but we're actually testing the second one. So we're going to swap to force install list, and instead we're going to use the component number for the second component, which is 2. So we're going to force install list 2. That looks like it worked. Let's find out if it did. So let's refresh our tree. Let's come down here to our item, the Caster's Guide to Self-Defense. And so now on the haste ability, it's now casting spell at point. It's casting G3C 305 haste. That spell exists. It's been cloned from haste. It's set as a level 1 innate ability. So now we basically have the haste spell, but it won't trip the Cowled Wizards. So this is also a very rare occasion where I basically did like 40 lines of code and did not have a syntax error. So that by itself, you've just watched a minor miracle. Normally it's like, oh, we missed a tilde somewhere. So I'm very happy that this worked the first time. So now that we've got this working, we can use this function. That's the reason why you use a function, is now we can just use that. The Caster's Guide to Self-Defense also has mirror image. So we're going to repeat this. This is for Caster's Guide to Self-Defense. This is to swap out haste. Now we're going to do it again for mirror image. Except in this case, it's Spell Wizard 212. And we're just going to G3C 212. So that's the Caster's Guide to Self-Defense. We also have, let's see, Slippery Court, nothing. Compatibility in summoning matrices. This also has 2. So this is, let's see, G3C CSM. Let me grab the item name really quick so I can do my notes properly. And this one also has 2 spells. So I'm going to go ahead and do that first. And this has Oh, that's from the old item. Accountability and summoning matrices has 620 and 621. It's got the 2 elemental summons. This is, I think it's air and earth. Okay, fire and air. Okay. So this is going to be 620, 621, 620, and 621. And that was fire elemental and air. Okay. Emerald Iowan Stone, Executioner Putty, Grays, Never Alone. Never Alone does mirror image. We've already got mirror image, so we can just grab this. It's going to be Never Alone. Oh, Never Alone. And this is G3C Never. Now the fact that we create the spell and then come down here and we do it again, because they're going to the same resource, it doesn't matter. The other thing is I'm just naming these using the same numeric code as the spells, but there's no reason why I couldn't name this G33 Haste or G3C, image or whatever. Because these are only going to be used by these items, I can really name these whatever. You do always still want to use your prefix, but otherwise I can name these whatever I want to make them convenient for myself. For these, I don't really particularly care, so that's why I'm just using the numbers. All right, so that was Never Alone, Peril-Sensitive Goggles, anything else? The Power of Real Change does Polyself. Power of Real Change, Polyself. I want to say that's 415. I might just know this one offhand, but we'll double check. Let's double check that. Come back here. And it is 416. I was close. Oh, 415 might be poly others. So that's 416. And then do we have anything else? Cloak of Sound Rest. This casts Glitter Dust directly, but because it's a contingency. No, contingency, it'll still get it. All right. And this one, it does it through spell. So we're going to do something slightly different for this one. Okay. Let me think about this. I know what we're going to have to do. Okay. Let me circle back to that. This, no, the Rune Blades. That also no. Tinker Spectacle. This one does knock. So. G3C Tinker. And this one does. And knock is 207. And this is going to be knock. Belt of Urdunnir. Vampiric Dart. This does Vampiric Touch once per day. So G3C Vamp. Oh, thank you. Yes, yes, this should be the Power of Real Change. Okay. Thank you, Mikhail. And this is the Vampiric Dart of Eternal Hunger. And it's casting 314 Vamp Touch. Yep, touch. And then let's see, the Vine Shield just has a retaliation, right? Okay. We're going to make one slight change here. The Cloak of Rest. Where is it? Where's our rest item? The Cloak of Sound Rest. This casts glitter dust as a retaliation effect, which is buried in one of the spell files, not one of the item files. So we cannot use the function on it. Unless, instead of saying item, let's say resource. So first let's find, and then we'll swap out over here that says item. And the resource is going to include the extension so that we can specify a spell or an item. So what we need to do is we are going to add a dot item to all of these. So that way we can now use this for the spell. Alter effect is agnostic. It works on items or spells. So that's why we can do this. So let's find the spell. That'll be one of the G3C rest spells. G3C rest. I think it's C. C has the payload. Yep, Spell Wizard 224. And it's rest C. My brain. 224. To 224. And this is for G3C rest C.spell. And this is for the Cloak of Sound Rest glitter dust. So let's see, we swapped out resource here, swapped out resource there. Because yeah, now the resource is required to, I'm no longer adding the dot item, so this needs to be a full reference. And then yes, alter effect should work on either. Okay, let's try this out and see if it works. Parameters not specified for, okay, so clearly I've screwed something up. So it's giving me the parameters not specified. Oh, I know why. Duh. This is still using item. This should be updated to be resource. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. All right. It ran, but did it work? So first let's check the spell. It was, so we now have our copies of our spells. Let's see if Rest C has been updated. It's casting our special glitter dust. It did not modify these other 146s, so that's good. And then we can check our items. So, for example, something like A Caster's Guide to Self-Defense is now casting Haste and Mirror Image. So yeah, I think that should be everything. We also have Accountability and Summoning Matrices, casting Conjure Fire and Conjure Air. Yep. So that is... Oh, come back here, Iris. Oh, she's back. So that is how to do a subcomponent. That's also how to do a function. And so now, essentially, we have the players can make the choice, right? We talked about the trade-offs, right? If we do it this way, where we clone the spells, the danger of this approach is that if you have another tweak or another mod come along afterwards and it, makes some changes to haste, it may not know about this new haste variant that we've created. So that's one compatibility concern. One other thing that we... Oh, you know what? There might be... Oh, this might be more complicated than I think. Because if there are spells that block haste, they also need to block our clone of haste. Oh, yeah, I think this might be more difficult than I think. Let me check an item here really quick. So free action... Does it block? Yeah, it blocks it explicitly, doesn't it? Block slow, slow, slow. Yeah, it does block it directly. Okay, oh, this is a little more problematic than I thought. So things like free action, they block haste explicitly. And the reason why they block haste explicitly is free action blocks the haste opcode. So if you were to cast haste on somebody with, say, a free action effect, they wouldn't get hasted, but they would still get fatigued unless you explicitly block the spell. So anything that provides free action and blocks haste, we also need to update to block our clone of haste. I don't think this is the case with everything, with any of these other spells. There's nothing that targets mirror image specifically. There's nothing that targets any of these other spells specifically. Vampire Touch. Let's check Vampire Touch. I don't think... It might have a cross check against itself. Okay, no, all those checks are done in the A spell. That is fine. Okay. Yeah, that's fine then. So free action is... Oh, I totally forgot about that. That makes this a little more of a pain in the butt. Okay. This is going to require a big bit of complicated code that I'm going to do off stream, and then we'll talk about it in tomorrow's stream. Because essentially what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to run a regular expression against all creatures, items, and spells in the game. And anybody that blocks the original haste, we're going to have to update to also block our clone of haste, which is a pain in the butt, but it's really the only way we can do this. So, pain in the butt, but yes, that's pretty much how we're going to have to do it. No, that's irritating. But yeah, it's slightly more complicated than I thought. So, but that aside, we've made our two subcomponents, and now the player can pick between which variant they want to play. So we are 2 hours and 15 minutes in. I think we can do... let's do compatibility with the original game, because I think that's going to be pretty straightforward for what we want. So all of this code has now been moved into, where is it? Into main. So I'm going to move this over. So I already know from doing these items that there's going to be a couple of these that absolutely will not work in the original game. So, and we can just look at these straight up and get an idea, because essentially they're using Oppcodes and engine features that aren't available in the original game. So this will work, because this is just basically Vorpal hit, damage, and some pretty straightforward bonus. So that's going to be fine. Akabar's Battle Blade also. Blade Barrier once per day, and Armor Class bonus. Simple. This should also work. We are going to need to double check the animation, because one of the things about BAMs and animations is they use a different blending effect. So I suspect when we get this into the original engine, that nice green ring that plays as part of Caustic Sheath is going to have like a horrific black border around it. So we might need to change the VVCs with that. So that's going to be, let me add that to our, I'll add a little to-do list up here. To do for original. Check Caustic. Sheath. Circle animation. So it'll work, but we might need to adjust that animation to behave. And we can pop into the original game and I'll show an example. We already know the Realm Shaper's brush is absolutely not going to work. This requires, we are using spell states for this, so this is not going to work. So we need to... now the good news is for the Realm Shaper's brush, we already have some checks in case the spell states aren't available, but we need to just, for the originals, remove Realm Shaper's brush. And actually, I'm going to put a bullet because I'm pretty sure there's going to be... I know Subtle Doctor's Cloak, for example, is not going to work. Let's take a look at the rest. Caster's Guide to Self-Defense, just cast spells, Slippery Court. This should work. Let me double check the spell that it... Yeah, it uses the AB spell and then the B spell. Oh, you know what we are going to have to do? We're going to have to remove the 321s. We're going to have to remove 321s because those won't work. This may... Which resource is it removing? Yeah, actually, because the refresh effect relies on 321s, Slippery Court is not going to work on the original without some work. So same with Slippery Court. Now so Slippery Court probably needs to be removed. We may be able to get that to work, but probably not. Accountability, Summoning Matrix, just cast spells. Emerald Ioun, also fine. Executioner Putty. I think that critical hit effect... The critical hit effect relies on Oppcode 301. 301 is in the original. So this should work. However, one thing we are going to have to do... Oh, and same with the Black Dragon Belt for portrait icons. Both the Black Dragon Belt and the Executioner Putty use custom portrait icons, which we won't be able to do in the original. So we'll either need to remove their custom icons or swap in something generic like, if Executioner Buddy, we could use like Bless or Prayer or something. It doesn't really fit that well, but it's either that or nothing. So that's Executioner Putty. Yeah, that's got a custom icon, but otherwise I think it should work. Graze, Dead Graze is definitely fine. Robe of Archmage Estea. All of that is fine. Dart of the Lethargic Soul. All of this is fine. The Lucky Sweater. And the Lucky Sweater upgraded. Yep, critical hit bonus. Yep, all that is fine. Lunar Shards. Lunar Shards. All, enchantment versus creature type. Okay, so on Lunar Shards. Swap specific enchantment. So like I said, in the originals, in the originals with something like Daystar is at +2 but +4 versus undead. So in the E's we can do that. We on Daystar, for example, you set the base enchantment to 2, but when you face undead, then it acts as a +4. So this item we have set to a 0 enchantment, but when you're fighting lycanthropes, it acts as a +6. We don't have this option in the original. So in the original, you basically took the highest enchantment of a weapon and used that as the base enchantment. So that's what we're going to have to do on these. We're going to have to change the base enchantment. A base enchantment of 6 is crazy. I think 4 should be good enough to hit everything. So we'll change it to a base enchantment of 4 when we bring this back to the original engine. All right, Never Alone, Mirror Image, Immune to Fear and Panic, all that's fine. Peril Sensitive Goggles. I think the cast spell on condition. One of the things EEs did was expand the conditions, but this is a condition on the original image. So Peril Sensitive Goggles should also be fine. Power Real Change just casts spells. The Cloak of Sound Rest, this definitely cannot be made. Cloak of Sound Rest needs to just be an EE only item. The Elysian Rude Blade. Yep, this is going to be fine. All of its variants are going to be fine. The Spiked Armor. The Spiked Armor should be fine because we tap into Enrage to do the actual effects. Yeah, Spiked Armor should be fine. Tinkerer's Spectacles. This ability, I think... The +2 to hit for spiders for thieves only can be done because that's being done through an F, so that is fine. The confusion ability only for non-thieves, non-gnomes might be a little bit harder. We might have to remove that. So for Tinkerer's Spectacles... we might have to remove the confusion. The Belt of Urdunnir. This also is problematic. Filtering out bonuses to certain classes and certain classes and races is you can do that via EFF. However, they do not work with the timing mode instant while equipped, which is what this would require. So I think the Belt of Urdunnir is not going to be able to give its dwarf specific bonuses, which is kind of the point of the item. So that so it's a question of, is it worth including the item without those dwarf specific bonuses? And then the Vampiric Dart of Eternal Hunger. It does Vampiric Touch. Drinks the wielder's blood. If I remember how we set that up, that should be fine. The stealing hit points can be done, but it needs to be done in a different way. So, Vamp Dart. Change the HP drain. Because like I said, on the E's, you can just do damage with one special flag enabled, and that will be enough. You can just do damage with a drain flag attached. Whereas on the original, we're gonna have to do just damage and then an HP bonus to the wielder. So you have to do two separate effects, and the problem is they don't necessarily match, which is kind of a pain in the butt. And then the Vine Shield just does an entangle on the person who hits them. And I don't think there's anything special or concerning about the entangle. Yep, all that is fine. So this is basically our to-do list for the original. So what we're going to do here is we're going to save everything. Actually, we're going to save everything. We're going to first uninstall, and we're going to move over to our TOB. Oh, why are we not showing up? Oh, /BG. We're going to head over to original BG2. And if I remember right, we already sim linked this. Or did we not? I think we sim linked the folder. I don't think we brought over the exe. BGTOB is my original folder. So I think, yeah, all right, we've already linked it here. Okay, we just didn't have the executable. What is the scripting language used? Do you mean in the AI scripting or what I'm using itself? This is Waidu. This is all custom syntax for the tool itself. The engine itself uses its own scripting language. SimDingo has a really nice scripting guide that I'm going to link in the chat. This is like a very basic how to do scripting. The same actions identifiers and triggers are used in both dialogue and scripting. But this is a good entry point. If you're talking about this specifically, this is Waidu basically uses its own syntax. So for compatibility, the very first thing that we're going to do is we're going to set a variable depending on whether or not we're on the original engine or not. And we're going to use that. Anytime we need to do an adjustment for one engine or the other, we're going to specifically check this variable. And the reason why I do this is game is checks, like the ones we use, like we use a game is check here. Game is checks are a little bit slow. We have to use them here because we can't do variable checks in require predicate because we haven't had a chance to set any variables by the time we get here. But after this, we are going to rely on a variable because it's faster. So we're just going to do this check once, and we're basically going to say action if. First, we're going to say outer set, and we're going to say enhanced addition. This is the variable I normally use. We're going to say it's 0. But if it's BG2EE or EET, then we're going to set this to 1. And so that means anywhere in here we can just check either for enhanced edition, or if it's something for the not enhanced edition, we can just do an exclamation point check. So this variable is going to be what we use to check throughout the mod whenever we need to do something specific to a platform. So the very first thing we're going to do is we'll take the big ones. These 3 need to not be installed on the original. So for example, all of this is part of the Realm Shaper's brush. So we're going to wrap this in an action if. We only want this to install if we're on Enhanced Edition. So let's tab that in. And then we're going to go end. Because there is no spell state on the original, and spell state is required. It's the only way this item works. So now we're going to come down. Let's see. Both of those are. This is adding portrait icons for the. Actually, let me come back to this. Let's do this in the order that we're trying to do it. Spawn merge. Okay, both of those are fine. So we're going to grab the Realm Shaper's brush, the slippery court, there we go. This is an EE only item. The Realm Shaper's brush, which is already conditional on something else, is going to be added to this as well. And then what was the other item? The Cloak of Sound Rest. These three items are going to be exclusive to the Enhanced Edition. So we're going to put this in this conditional Enhanced Edition check. Let's tab it to show that this is all part of this. Okay. Now, I will say one thing that we are doing is, because we are just, where is it? It must be further down. We are basically copying all the spell icons. So we are going to copy over the spell icons for these items, even though they're not going to be installed. If we were being picky, we could sort out those BAMs, but it's the net effect of it is that we're throwing a few things in the override folder that don't necessarily need to be there, which is not the biggest deal. So let's see. Same for the spells. Some of these are like these two are for the slippery court, the Cloak of Sound Rest. Yeah, so the 2 slippery courts and the 3 Cloak of Sound Rest. These all need to be conditional to the Enhanced Edition. All right, the Executioner spell is fine. Oh, and then this is all the spells needed for the Realm Shaper's Brush. So this also needs to be in this conditional, in this Enhanced Edition conditional. Let's see, this is the Black Dragon Belt. This is for the Spiked Armor. That's for the Executioner Putty. All right, for creatures, we definitely need the Merchant. The Battle Blade gets placed, the Black Dragon placed. All these items are allowed on the original. Those are all fine. Let's make this also needs up. Sorry. Some of these files are not needed for the original. For example, this is part of the Slippery Court. Okay, this is part of the Slippery Court. So that needs to be conditional. The rest of these do not. Yep. Okay, now we are already conditionally adding the Realm Shaper's brush to the store. But we need to add another condition to it, because this needs to be a patch if Enhanced Edition before we even get to the check of whether or not we have legitimate spell states. We also need to move those other 2 items, need to be conditionally patched to the store. So let's open the store file, see where they are, and then we're going to add them just like the Realm Shaper's Brush. These are now going to be conditioned on whether or not the Enhanced Edition is installed. Which means by default they shouldn't be in the store unless we're on Enhanced Edition. So let's Control I. Let's grab our store file. All right, so our other conditional items are the Cloak of Sound Rest, which is the G3C Rest, which normally goes after G3C Luck 0. All right. So that's the sound rest, and then the other one is the slippery court, which also goes after the same item. G3C court. Except this is now going to be after that. So now all three of these items are now conditional to show up in the store based on whether or not we're in the enhanced edition. The Realm Shaper's Brush has an additional check to make sure that its spell states were set correctly. We also need to branch prices. Actually, no, we don't. Prices, we already made a condition on those because we basically said, hold on, get back here. So if we basically try to set a price on the sound rest or the slippery court and they don't exist, it's fine. So I take that back. We don't need to adjust the price array. And so on the merchant store, we need to remove the court and the rest because those will be added dynamically. Let's save. All right, okay. All right, so that's our first bit of bit. We've removed these items. So that's our first and very most simple pass on this. So let's go ahead and save where we are in progress. Let me come back to... We're going to make a quick commit here, and we're going to go... oh, I never made a commit after we did subcomponents. Oh, that's... I should have done that. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad GitHubbing by me. Okay, so we added subcomponents, made first pass for original compat. Okay, so that's our first pass. That's our first pass. We've excluded 3 items which do not work on the original. So those 3 items, we've basically said there's no way we can do these items, so don't even bother trying on the originals. So that was our first pass. So this is done. I'm going to save this animation for last because I'm going to have to go into the game for that. For the portrait icons, for the Black Dragon Belt in the Executioner Buddy. The originals don't support new portrait icons. So this also needs to be conditional upon being the enhanced edition because it doesn't support this. The other thing we need to do is, so this adds the icon, then we turn around and we use them. We turn around and we use these variables when we install the item. So if this never executes, these variables never get set, and then later on when we try to install these items and use these variables, Waidu will throw an error. So if we're not on the enhanced edition, we need to manually set values for these. Yeah, come back here. The thing that we need to do is we need to find an existing icon for both of these that is going to kind of sort of work, right? That's the best we can do. So let's go back to the ISDP. Let's go to BG2 Oppcodes. Look at Oppcode 142 because this lasts all of our Oppcodes. So for the Black Dragon Belt, that icon is one that basically shows that Caustic Sheath is up. Let's instead use protection from acid, which is icon 24. So for the Black Dragon Belt, instead it'll use protection from acid. For the Executioner Eyes, this one's a little harder. I think maybe something like Bless It just basically is kind of like a generic. It means that you have combat bonuses. That's heroism, maybe. Heroism might be our best option. I mean, that's the problem, right? Nothing really fits. Yeah, let's use heroism. I think that's kind of poorly defined. There's usually a mismatch of combat bonuses, so we'll use heroism for that. Okay, so when these items get installed, they will still, let's come down to like Executioner Eyes, or let's find one of them. Da, 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 da. Oh, because Executioner Eyes does it in the spell. That's why. All right. So this time, when Alter Effect gets tripped, it's going to use if we're on the E's and we've installed new icon, it'll use the new icon value. If not, it will use 22 for heroism. And then same for the Black Dragon Belt. When Cost of Sheath gets tripped, this will either be the new icon on EEs or it'll just simply be protection from acid. And that's about as good as we can do for those. All right, so this is now done. To do, and then I'm going to mark these as done. All right. So for Lunar Shards, we mentioned that. Where is the Lunar Shards? Oh. Let me install this on the original game. Yep. Oh, I didn't think about that. Okay, so remember how I said when we set the icons, we need to give other values because otherwise they never get initialized, and why do we'll throw an error? That is exactly what's happening because we're not doing the spell state dance with this. We also need to enter default values for these. Yep. All right. All right, let's try that one more time. Oh, I now have a parse error. Oh, because I needed an indels begin, not an indels. There we go. And we still get the Realm Shaper's brush error message. That should probably also be conditional because it's not because there's no spell states. All right. Okay, really quick, I'm going to make that message at the end. We're just going to combine this into a single check. If it's not the enhanced edition, I don't want to give a warning about that because it just doesn't get installed there. Okay. So, all right, let's head over to tweaks BG2 TOB, and we're looking at the Lunar. The Lunar Shards. So because we're on the original engine, this now shows up as an unknown opcode because BG2 does not support and does not have an opcode 344. So when you start seeing unknown popping up in your stuff, that's a good sign that it's not going to be compatible. In this case, we know what that does and we can work around it. So we're going to use a patch if. So let's come back to our Lunar Shards. They were one of the first items we did. There we are. All right. So if we're not on the enhanced edition, we are going to delete any effect with opcode 344. So when we install on the original, we're going to delete this opcode because otherwise this opcode will crash the game when this item comes in. And then we're going to we're going to set an enchantment, which is going to be a write long because it's 4 bytes at offset 60. So we're going to also write long at 0 cost 60, and we're going to make it a 4 enchantment. We're going to make it 4 enchantment if it's not, if we don't have opcode 344 available. So we should be able to, just see that change really quick. Enchantment is now 4. There's no longer an op 344. So that is, that's compatibility for the Lunar Shards. This is now done. Oh, and then also we can double check. Let's check the Black Dragon Belt and the Executioner Putty. So those should be down here at spells. Let's see. The Caustic Sheath. Is this the one with the portrait icon? Yep. We still need to fix this 321. Oh, and the 328s because those are spell states. But our display portrait icon is now protection from acid. We'll do more unknown checks because I forget we've used 321 in quite a few places. Yeah, this is going to have to be a 206. Oh, that's obnoxious. Okay. We'll worry about that in a moment. All right. So that was the Lunar Shards. Next up, let's do the Vamp Dart because that's going to be one of the easy changes here. So let's go to the item, G3C Vamp. All right. So when this hits you, it has a 20% chance. I'm doing 1d4. Is this the... This is... So this special, this is the flag that on the EEs would allow this to be a draining effect. Right now, it's just doing a straight up 1d4 damage to the target and not providing any HP bonus to the caster. So what we're going to do is... and the other thing too is there's no way to match these effects. There's no way. Basically, we would say give HP to the caster and roll 1d4. There's no way to sync those unless we manually do, case by case for each one, which is what we're going to have to do. The good news is this is a simple 1d4 roll, and it's a 20% overall chance. So we can just do 5% for 1, 5% for 2, 5% for 3, 5% for, and then have the caster bonuses match, because otherwise these really are dice rolls and you can't sync them up. So we're going to split this into 4 effects. So instead of rolling dice, this is going to be 0. This also needs to be 0. This is going to be a straight 1 damage. And this is, instead of going to be 0 to 20, this is going to be 0 to 5. Now we're going to add a matching... it's max HP bonus, I think. Yep, max HP bonus. To the wielder of 1 hit points. It's going to increment. Yeah, increment, and it's going to update the current hit points. And then this is, I think, also, this needs to be instant limited for, I think, 24 seconds is our duration. And this is also going to be 0 to 4. There's no save. If there is a save, that would also be problematic. And if this could be blocked by magic resistance, that would also be problematic. But thankfully, we do not. And yeah, we'll give them 4 rounds of the HP bonus. Yeah. All right, so now we're going to copy both of these, and we're going to paste these 3 times. Oh, what did we do? Okay. All right. Now, what we could do is we're going to work around a little bit of a bug here, because this gets a little complicated. So bear with me. There's a bug where if you pause right when a spell goes into effect, every effect on the spell gets rolled independently. So normally, like, the engine would say, all right, it's time to apply the spell. It rolls D100 and then uses the same roll for everything. So if you rolled, 25, none of these would go into effect. However, if you manage to get a pause at just the right time, it means it would roll every single one of these separately. So instead of doing like this, so to work around that, instead of this being 0 to 4, and then this one being, 5 to 9, or 5 to 9 with 2 damage, and then 10 to 14 with 3 damage, and then 15 to 19 with 4 damage, we're going to overlap these. This is going to be 0 to 4 with 1 damage, 0 to 9 with 1 damage, 0 to 14, and then 0 to 19. And then that way, so if you get hit, like if you get a roll of 3, you're going to hit 4 times for damage, and the caster is going to get 4 bumps. And the reason why is to try and avoid that bug, because if they get rolled independently, you're still going to get, if you work out the probability, the probability of doing it staggered like that, of doing 4 1-point damage effects staggered like that, is going to be equivalent to a normal 1d4 roll. So that's why we're going to do something a little goofy with this. We're working around a known engine bug. So instead, this is going to be 0 to 9. The drawback of this method is that it means you're a little more likely to interrupt a caster, because instead of rolling 4 and doing 4 damage, they're going to get 4 individual 1-point bumps. 0 to 9, 0 to 14, and then finally 0 to 19. So that's the trade-off here. We're working on an edge case and maybe introducing another edge case, but this is just another case where nothing is quite as easy and clear-cut as you want it to be. So yeah, so that's all set up. Everything else should be good. The EFF file is an extra 1 damage versus good. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay. I didn't think about this. I was doing this manually. We need to do this dynamically via code. Okay. So what we need to do is we're going to do another conditional patch on the vampire item. I don't know why I was doing that manually. It might be time for a break. All right, so we're going to patch if it's not the enhanced edition. Begin. So we are going to first alter effect. Actually, hold on. Let me reinstall so that we have a clean version of that dart to work off of. Okay. Let me refresh the tree. That was dumb. Okay. G3C vamp. So the good news about doing all this original compatibility is that you also get to see a little bit more of what doing patching and stuff on the fly will do. So we want, the ranged header. The only thing that needs to change on this damage is we're going to change from dice to a fixed amount, and we're going to remove the special. And there's only 1 damage opcode, so we can just target that directly. So we are going to, where are we? Okay, here it is. All right, we are going to We're going to alter anything with an opcode of 12. We're going to set it special to 0, which is that last field. Special doesn't do anything on the original, but let's still blank it out. We are going to set... let's see. We're going to set... This is the first parameter. This is the amount. We're going to set parameter 1 to 1. So it's going to be a fixed 1 damage. 1 to 1. And then we are going to... We need to clear out the dice size, which I think is just dice size and dice number. Let me double check my effects in the We Do documentation. Alter effect. It is... Yep, dice number and dice size. Both of these need to be 0. All right, dice number equals 0 and dice size equal to 0. So this changes, so there's, right now there's 1 damage effect, and we're going to change it to just do straight 1 damage, and we're going to clear out the the die roll. But that's only 1 damage, so we need the other 3 effects. So now we're going to patch for each, and we haven't changed the probability. This is still 0 to 19. So now we need to clone it, and the only thing difference with these other effects is that we need it to be for probability 4, 19, and 14. So we're going to do what's called patch for each. Oh wait, hold on. I need patch for each probability in 4, 9, and 14 begin. Now we are going to clone that, except we're also going to, is it probability 1? Yes, probability 1. Okay. We're also going to match probability 1 equals to 19, and we're going to set probability 1 equal to prob. So patch for each means I want you to rerun this with the variable prob for every item that I list here. So it's going to run this when prob equals 4, it's going to run it for prob equals 9, and it's going to run it for prob equals 14. So it's going to run this 3 times. And each time it's going to find the original damage opcode. That's why we're doing this match probability to 1. And we're going to change it to 4, 9, and 14. Actually, I'm going to reverse these orders so everything shows up nicely. So now we have our 4 individual damage codes. Each one does 1 damage. One does 0 to 4, 0 to 9, 0 to 14, and 0 to 19. So we've got our 4 damage codes. Now we need our HP bonuses. So we have 4 damage effects. So now we can just clone those, except this time we don't care about the probability because we want to match 4 damage codes and we want to create 4 max HP. 4 max HP opcodes to match them. So instead of this being damaged, we're going to want to change it to a max HP bonus. We need to change parameter 2 to 0 instead of that god-awful thing. So we need to change the opcode to 18. We need to change parameter 2 equal to 0 because we want it to increment. And then parameter 1, that's going to be damage. So this has already been modified by the time we get here. This has already been set to 1 by the time we get here. Everything else, oh, and we also need to change the timing. The timing needs to be instant limited, and we're going to make it for 4 rounds. So we need to change the timing equal to 0. That's instant limited, and we want to change the duration to 4 rounds. So let's turn this loose and see if it works. This is always the fun part. No syntax errors. That's always a good start. Let's see if that actually worked. Let's discard the changes. All right. G3C vamp. So let's say if we did this right, we should have. That looks correct. So on 0 to 19, we do 1 damage. We give ourselves 1 HP bonus for 24 seconds. 0 to 4, there's another one. 0 to 9, 0 to 14. So that worked just like we wanted it to. Although I did get the order of these wrong. It gets inserted above, but that's cosmetic and anal retentive on my part. I'm gonna invert these for 9 and 14. So now the Vampiric Dart, its drain effect now works on the original. This is a good example of why that nice flag on the EEs makes HP hit point drain so much easier. Stuff like the vampiric touch spell on the originals is just awful. I mean, you don't even want to look at it. So that was vampiric touch. That the HP drain is done. Okay. Belt to Urdunnir, I'm going to leave for now because I think this is going to be... is this Wandering Scholar's item? Whoever's item this was, I want them to chime in and let me know if they're okay without the racial bonuses or if those are so critical to the item that we just want to drop it altogether. Now for the Tinkerer Spectrals, remove the confusion. Can we do this? Let's go back to the Tinkerer Spectacles. So it uses 324 to only cast this if... Yes, no, we're going to do handle care sets. I'm saving that for the end because that's obnoxious, basically. What Skelly is talking about is that the originals and the EEs use a different character set encoding so that our tray files for any text that goes in the game needs to be converted to a different character set. On top of that, there are certain characters, like Mikhail is pointing out, there are certain characters that are just flat out not supported. Like, for example, Faerun or Saloon. They've got the little U hats in them. In the originals, they just have to be normal U's. So when we get to tray files, and I'm going to save that for last because that's a little more involved. You need to... Like, for example, right now, all these items are going to crash because, or at least have messed up descriptions because they're all using what are considered to be like illegal. What's considered to be like illegal characters or characters that can't display. So they'll either, in the worst case, they'll crash. In the best case, they'll show like a little unknown character box. So when we get to characters, we're going to have to do two things. We're going to have to convert the tray files on the fly, and then we're going to have to provide alternative strings where we've swapped out bad characters. And for item descriptions in particular, on the EEs, that whole, unusable by section that goes into an item description, the EEs generate that on the fly. The originals do not. So we're going to have to manually write usable or unusable sections for all of our item descriptions. So that's going to get a little involved. That's why I'm saving that. But Skelly is right. And then Mikhail has clearly done translation work as well. It's a bit of a pain in the butt. Now the good news is Waidu has a function called handle care sets that does a lot of the work for you, but not all of it. But we will cross that bridge when we get there. First, I want to try to handle the item issues individually. For Tinkerer Spectacles, I think because we made this a one-time only spell, I think we can do this if we just use some slightly different EFF files. Actually, now that I think about it, this may not work. Because I think this is instant permanent. That shouldn't be instant permanent. There's our first mistake. This should be instant while equipped. All right, so there's a bug outright that we just need to fix. All right, so I take it back. On the Tinkerers, yeah, so see how this is messed up? Because this is the long dash not being properly converted to the original's character set. So the descriptions will look like this until we fix them. And part of that is conversion. Part of that is also swapping out illegal characters. So can we give a +2 to hit for only spiders? I don't think we can. So that definitely needs to, that is something that we're going to have to drop on the original. This thief only bonus. Now the wearer gets confused. Now that I think about it, yes, we can, because it's being done via a spell. What we can do is thieves and gnomes, we can basically apply an EFF that makes them immune to this spell. On the EEs, we can do it directly through Oppcode 324. We cannot do that here. And then we'll just make them immune to the G3 Tink Z. All right, so let's go into the Tinkerer Spectacles. First, I'm going to leave a note up top that Tinkerer Spectacles, we don't have to remove the confusion, but we are going to have to remove the spider bonus in description for original. But everything else we should be able to do. Let's go. Tink. All right, and the same thing, we're going to do another conditional patch. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to delete the existing 177 because this is the 177 is the spider bonus, which there's no way to get that working on the original. Actually, you know what? Let me first fix the timing on that EFF before we do anything else, because otherwise I'm going to forget. So let me go to the EFF. Let me find the Tinkerers. This bonus. Oh, where'd you go? This should be instant while equipped, not permanent. Because otherwise, if you make it permanent, the player can take it off and on again and stack these bonuses infinitely, which is obviously not desired. Okay, so we fixed the F. Now we're gonna need an EFF that is gonna be just for the original, that is gonna block the confusion spell. So we're going to use the enchantments left over. Okay, so now we're going to take those existing 324s and we're going to change those into 177s. Code equals 177. I think that the parameters are set up the same way, so I think I don't need that anymore. So let's see, if we change this straight to 177, I think that these will resolve. Oh, parameter 2 might need to be changed. I think parameter 2 is going to have to be changed, but I think 177. And if we change this to race. Oh no, this one is the class one, isn't it? Yep, okay. Okay, let me reset this. Discard changes. So we have 105 and 104. So the 104 is this is the race check, isn't it? So we can target these individually. Yeah, 104 is race. Okay. So the good news is we don't have to change parameter 1. We'll have to change parameter 2. Okay. So if we match Oppcode 324 and we match parameter 2 equal to, that was 104. Parameter 2 needs to just be 4. And we're going to Oppcode 177. Okay, let's put these in order just because I'm inattentive. And then we need to do that for the other 324, which is against, I think, 105. Yep. Now it needs to change from 105 to 5. Okay, and then once they're converted, should I just reuse this F, or should I use another one? Let's use another one just to be on the safe side. All right, so we're going to instead use, we're going to change this, the resource equal to G3C tink X. And this is going to be the new EFF that we add that specifically blocks the confusion spell. And so I'm thinking, and we can do it as, we don't want to make that a permanent EFF because then it'll stack every time they do it. But if we have it just apply, be an instant limiter for just a second, that is enough to block the spell. Okay. That should work. Okay. So now let's come down to our miscellaneous copies. We're going to have to make a new EFF. That spells. Here's our MISC. So on the original, we're going to need an EFF that is not needed. In fact, actually, this is no longer, this can't work on the original, so we are going to only copy it when it's on the EEs. So we're either going to copy Tink R, which is that spider to hit bonus, or we're going to call over Tink X, which is going to be the EFF that we're about to create that's going to block confusion for thieves and gnomes. So Tinker no longer needs to be copied here. Okay, so let's make this EFF. Let's see if let's discard the changes. Let's go to F's. Surely something here is a 206. Let's find. Let's see if we can find a 206, and we'll just copy that. There we go. All right, Spell Wizard 117A. Spell Wizard 117A. All right, and we're going to copy this into G3C Tink X.eff. All right, and yeah, oh, perfect. It's a 1 second, and that's exactly what I was looking for. An instant limited 1 second effect, except we're going to change this to G3C Tink Z.spell. Yeah. F, protector cell, preset target. Yeah, preset target is fine because the EFS is target itself. So that should pass along. No save should always apply. No save, no magic resistance. Okay. Save, overwrite. Okay. All right, so let's pull this out of the override folder. That new F that we just created. Add it to our mod folder. Okay, so I think let's try installing that and see if it works. All right, let's go to our item G3C. Says the Tinkerer's Spectacles. The bonus for spiders is now gone. If why is oh this should be okay. This should be being changed not to race but to class. Okay, there's an error right there. Where's our Tinker? 324. All right, if it's 10. Oh, I thought that was doing that. Oh, match parameter is not correct. That should be match parameter 2. So the first one was basically matching both of them because I wasn't because this was not properly defined. Okay, let's try that again. And of course you installed with warnings because one of those wasn't properly targeted. Okay. So now we have a 177 versus Thief All and 177 versus Gnomes. And those in turn call up G3 Tink X, which blocks Tink Z. So those two go into effect, provide a 1 second block of the confusion spell. So gnomes and thieves should be immune when this happens. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I missed that. This is, remember, we talked a little bit about using this. If you use verbose or just the general modder tag, it will catch stuff like this when you're passing along with an unknown parameter, because match parameter is not defined. It's match parameter 2 is specifically what we want. So that's why that was not working correctly. Okay, so Tinker Spectacles is fixed. I'm going to keep it here in the to-do list because when we do the descriptions in the original, we're going to have to do, we're going to have to mention that we're going to remove the spider bonus because that's no longer a thing. All right. And then I saw that Andrew had for the belt, I don't mind what you do to make it work in the originals. Okay. Then what I'm going to do for the belt of Urdunnir is I'm just going to remove the dwarf specific bonuses and make it, that should be what, Curd. Did we have a warning? No, not the warning was because I didn't have that. I didn't have the parameter. I didn't have the parameter defined. Okay, so the belts of Urdunnir. So basically, we have the strength and the constitution bonus, and the 324. The problem I think we're gonna have here. Yeah, so let's just make it a straight +1 strength +2 con. Yeah, and then nothing special for dwarves. I think that's gonna be what we have to do. That's also gonna be something where we update the description. Belt of Urdunnir. We're gonna update the description. That's gonna be another one. G3 Curd. All right. And if it's not the enhanced edition, we need to delete the 324. We're also going to need to delete the +1 con bonus. So this is going to be, or make it dwarf only. Actually, yeah, that's a much smarter. Yeah. Let's make it a dwarf only item. Much smarter solution. Okay. So we're still going to delete the 324. We are going to delete the +1 con bonus. So never mind. I would suggest you're on like part 9. I mean, we're at this point, we're like 20 hours in. So opcodes are not variables. They're basically something very specific that that you apply either via items or spells, and they take effect depending on how they're timed, either permanently or for a limited time or delayed. And they're like I said, they're defined by the engine. There's a fixed list of these, and you apply them either through items or spells, or you can attach them directly to a creature. But it's a fixed list of effects. You can find them in. I'm going to link to you the IASDP. This is kind of your reference Bible. But I think you're kind of, like I said, you're jumping in kind of hour 20 on the tutorial, which is probably why a lot of this is you're going, what the hell? So that's fine, but I don't want to spend too much time backtracking on this. But yeah, I'm gonna follow Mikhail's suggestion to make this dwarf only. So what we're going to do is we're going to, first we definitely need to get rid of the 324 because again, that doesn't apply here to this engine. I also want to get rid of, I don't want to have double effects. I'm going to get rid of one set of these strength and con bonuses and combine them. So we're going to delete a oh, let me make sure I'm on the right item. Okay, we're going to delete a 44. Let's do this. Let's go patch for each op in. We want to delete a 324, a 44, and a 10. Again, we're going to use a feature called multi-match equal to 1. And this should clean it up nicely. So basically it's going to go through and it's going to run this 3 times, 1 for 324, 1 for 44, 1 to 10, and it's going to delete an opcode matching that. Multi-match means it's going to find one instance, delete it, and then stop. So it's going to delete the first 44 and the first 10 that it finds and then leave the other one intact. So basically it's going to delete these 3. And then we're going to be left with a strength and a con effect. But now we need to adjust these to be +3, +2 strength and +3 con. So first we're purging the duplicate opcodes and the dupe opcodes and the 324, and then we're going to come back and we're going to say, if your opcode 10, we want the con bonus to be 3. So we want that's parameter 1 to be 3. Okay, so we want parameter 1 to be 3. The rest of this is not relevant. And then we'll do the same for strength, except strength should be a bonus of 2. All right, so that changes to just be +3 con, +2 strength. Now we need to make it dwarf only. So we get to do some bitwise variables, very exciting. So what we need to do in the usability is we need to set elf, halfling, human, gnome, and druid, or not druid, and half-orc flags here. So we get to do some bitwise fun stuff. Whenever I go to usability, like I said, cheat whenever you can. So I'm going to go over to the BG2 fix pack where we did a Brazilian usability changes. And in fact, I'm pretty sure we have a library of just core. It's going to be item usability. Because this is always where I go, okay, how do I add this flag again? Okay, I want a B or something. So I'm going to take this, even though it's the Bard flag, and I'm going to show you how we're going to do this. We're going to come back to main tray. All right. So BOR is a bitwise operator. And what that means is that for a field like this, that near infinity shows as, you know, a bunch of checkboxes, what this is, if you actually look in the code, this is a bunch of binaries. And so what we need to do is we need to change a few of these to 1s. And so to do that, there is, let's reset the field type. So like we basically need to change this so that in binary, it looks like this. Now this is horrific. Not reset, no, reset field type. So we're going to use what's called a bitwise operation. Now, what BOR does is it's basically going to, we are going to, first let's change the target so that's correct. We're doing a long because we're going to do all 4 bytes at 1E. So we're going to write a long. This means we're going to take the existing value. And then BOR basically says, for the bits that I specify, set them. There's a whole tutorial in the Waidu documentation that I wrote because I needed to wrap my head around how to do bitwise operations. That basically explains what BOR, BAND, and all that other stuff does. For this, I'm just going to say it's very simple. Every bit that we need to set. So this one is bit 6, which is the Bard flag. We want bit 23 to add the elf flag. And bit 25, 26, 27. So we went 25 to 28 and then 31. So we're going to go bit 25. And then to save myself some typing, we're going to do this. 6, 7, 8. And I think I said what? 31. 23, 25 to 28. And then bit 31. Adds on dwarf racial flags. Now, we're doing this in a little bit of a fancy way. Oh, and I need another closing parentheses. Okay. We're doing this in a little bit of a fancy way. We could just write long this value there directly and just say, write. Instead of this, we could just do this. Because this is a known quantity, we could just say write this. Because those are all the flags we want. The reason why I'm going to do it a little bit fancy is because if we come back at some point and we decide, okay, let's make this let's make this not useful to Bard. The nice thing about doing it this way is that this way is agnostic to the values that already exist there. So whatever all the other flags are set to, it doesn't care. It's just going to come in and tick just these fields. It's not going to mess with any of these. So we can come back and if we want to do alignment restrictions or class restrictions, doing it this way is a way to set those flags without messing with anything else in there. So it's a little bit harder to set up. It's not quite as readable, but it's better for maintenance down the line because I never have to worry about like, oh, I added the Bard flag. I need to come back here and add the Bard flag as well. So first, let's see if we've done it right and that this works. So let's check the belt of Urdunnir. Oh, discard changes. Okay, come back here. We've got all of our flags set that we wanted. We've got a +2 strength bonus and we've got a +3 con bonus. The 324 is gone. The duplicate effects are gone. We could have left the duplicate strength and con because together they would work together. For me, I don't like it. This is just cleaner. It's me being anal retentive. But that is the belt of Urdunnir, and now it is dwarf only, and it works. And now it works on the original. All right, so that's the belt of Urdunnir. We still need to update the description. And then, okay, I think the only thing we have left is the caustic sheath check in the animation. And we're going to do, it's 2:30, and we've been going for 3.5 hours. Let's take a break. And then when we come back, we're going to do character sets, which is going to be very, very, very exciting. And by that, I mean, it's going to be tedious, but it needs to be done. So that's going to be our last little step for compatibility. And then we can actually install this. And the reason why I'm putting off Caustic Sheath is because we're going to have to actually go in the game and look at it. But to do that first, we need descriptions to work so that they don't crash the game when we bring in items. So let's take a quick break. I'm going to grab some tea. We're going to come back. We're going to do character sets. We're going to set up our separate tray files, and we will go from there. So hang tight. We'll be back in a few. All right, welcome back. So I outlined kind of the problem with Trey in that the original and the E's use different character sets. The E's did this basically so that you could use more characters and be a little more flexible with foreign languages, because UTF-8 is... this is my understanding. I could be completely wrong, but UTF has more characters for doing, accents and hats and umlauts and all the other little fancy characters used in other languages. But it does pose a problem because it means that characters that we can use in text for the E's can't be used for the original. So we've developed, we basically convert tray files on the fly using a program called iconv. So I'm going to grab some files here from Tweaks Anthology. Let's hit on Tweaks Anthology. Let's grab the Lang folder. I'm going to grab the iconv. All right, I guess it's probably iConvert, probably. And we're going to drop that into our languages folder. Okay, and then we're also, from Tweaks, we're also going to grab, I don't think it's in the TP, I think it's in the always. Where's our handle care sets? Here it is. Okay. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. Yep, this is exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. Yep. Let's grab this whole thing. Okay, so we're going to come up to our main TP2. So we have basically... actually, we can just do... Yeah, let's just do the check like this. And then we'll do the outer set inside this. And otherwise we'll set it to 0 down below here. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's, we're changing this around just a little bit. Okay. So normally you do this in the always block, but since both... since the mod essentially runs the same block of code for anything, we can use this effectively as our always block. So we're doing the same game is check. We're setting enhanced edition based on whether or not we're on BG2E or EET. The tray location needs to be G3 SIP. And is it languages or language? It is languages. Okay. If not, then we're putting it down here. Okay. And actually, that's not when that needs to be down here. Okay. Okay, has the auto tray. Okay, yeah, this is fine. So in the TP2, we set up an auto tray location. We're not really using auto tray in this mod, but this is still a good habit. Basically, we're going to dynamically set. If you have auto tray enabled, if you go to compile, say, a dialog named, foo, if you have auto tray enabled, it will go look in this location for foo.tray. We're not really using auto tray, but it's still a good habit to do. Now, the tray file, the reason why we're using this via variable is because if we're on the original, we're going to convert tray files and we're going to drop them into a different folder. And so Waidu needs to look there for the tray files instead of the mod folder. So that's why we do a dynamic tray location. But otherwise, handle care sets is our tool for doing this. So we first define an array of tray files that we do not want to convert. Now, Waidu is just installer messages, and the whole reason why I keep it separate is for this very reason. Because it doesn't need to be converted. It can just stay in UTF-8 because these are just strings for the installer. So I always, that's why I always keep Waidu separate. The other tray file we have is game. And that needs to go in the reload, because what it's going to do is Waidu is going to convert game into the right encoding for the original, and then it needs to reload it so that it gets rid of all of the basically it. So Waidu will hit the language block. It will load up game.tray, and this will convert it. But once it's converted, you want it to reload it to change all of those strings that it has in its memory to the new strings that we have just converted. So that's why this is the reload array. And for now, it's just going to have game. So the other information that's set here is just basically information for this existing function. We're converting from UTF, and we wanted to infer the char set. So infer char sets, basically it means it looks like the folder. In this case, it's going to look like English. And it's like, oh, I'm going to guess based on the fact that this folder is named English that we're converting to English. So as long as your folder names are something sensible, it does have a lot of variance. So, whether I'm using say Polish or Polski, or like Spanish or Espanol, or even like the encoding like the ES_ES. Waidu does a pretty good job of being able to tell what ANSI, what specific character set it needs to convert it to. So as long as you're not naming your language folder something crazy, infer char sets should be more than enough. There are very, very rare occasions where you might have to explicitly tell it, you need to use this character set for this language, but I've not run into one before. I think there were a few. I want to say this came up specifically with like Brazilian Portuguese, or maybe it was Turkish, where it hadn't been defined in this function yet. And so that was one of the occasions I can think of where that was the case. But for the most part, infer char sets will be enough. The default language is English because everything we've coded is in English. I need to change these over from CD tweaks. Okay. We tell it where are our tray, where are our existing tray files, and then where we want to put the converted tray files in. And then what are my no convert array, which we defined up here, and the reload array, which is defined up here. So this is the only thing we have defined here is game. So it's basically going to take game. Oh, let me take that. I need to do one more thing. We are going to create a tray file named original. And we don't want that to convert because that's going to be strings exclusively for the original version of the game. And we don't want it to convert that either because those are just going to exist purely in ANSI or whatever the appropriate character set is for a person for, if when the Spanish tray files comes along, the Spanish tray files will be in whatever encoding is appropriate on the original engine for Spanish. So we don't want Waidu to convert those. Waidu is just going to convert game, and then because it's set as reload, it's going to convert game, and then it's going to reload those strings. Then after all that's done, we're going to come along and we're going to load up this original tray file. Now the original tray file is going to overwrite strings from game to do things like these text descriptions that we need to change, or to remove characters that it doesn't support. This will make a little more sense when we start working with this. So, but this is basically it. And so this uses the icon V folder to do all of its conversion for you. So we need to go into English. We're going to make a copy of game, and we're going to call it orig. And this is, like I said, this is going to be strings exclusively for the original variant of the engine. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go encoding. We want to convert this to ANSI. And then save it. So what we need to do here is every string that needs to be like materially different, not just converted to a different character set, but materially different for the original game, needs to be here. And so, for example, like Akabar's Battleblade, this string is fine in the E's and the original. Once this is converted to the proper character set, nothing else needs to be done. So it doesn't need to be here. Now, the description does. And the reason why is because on the original, we need to include a usability block. So this is going to be materially different. So for example, if we were to look at, let's just open up some armor. This not usable by, we have to explicitly state this for every item that we add. On the E's, this is done automatically. We don't have to do this, but we have to do this for the original. So this is a material difference in every item description that we are going to have to include. So by default, every item description, you're definitely going to have to. Dialogue, generally no, unless you're using a special character like the little U hat that's in Faerun or Saloon. Then you will have to provide an alternative dialogue line. For the most part, this is usually just item descriptions. So we're going to have to go through and look at our items and see if they have any special unusabilities. So we're going to start with, we're on Akavar's Battle Blade. It does not have any unusabilities other than Wizard Slayer, which let's see if, I think Wizard Slayer is usually explicitly listed. Let's find an item that's unusable by Wizard Slayers and see if... Okay, Wizard Slayer usually isn't... So this one isn't, like Wizard Slayers can't use it, but it's not like explicitly mentioned. So in this case, actually, this may be the one case where we don't have to... Oh, actually we do, because these characters are... I don't think these characters work. Let's do a quick experiment. I'm gonna save this. I'm going to I'll do this. I'm not sure if those dashes work or not once they get converted. So let's take a quick look. So we're going to try installing it. We're going to use the converted description from game for the Battle Blade, and I want to see if this dash specifically works after it's converted. So let's take a quick look, because if that dash works, that may simplify our life quite a bit. All right, so let's refresh the tree. Let's come down to our items. It does look like it works. It looks like the dash is okay. So this is going to be, I don't see anything else here that's problematic. That's that same dash. So I think this one is okay as it is. So this is something that we don't need to include. All right. And some of these we can actually look directly in the items. But Akavar's Battle Belt should be fine. Caster's Guide to Self-Defense should be fine. Let me double check. This apostrophe might be a problem, but if that's the case, I'm going to adjust the apostrophe. Where's the Caster's Guide to Self-Defense? No, I think that's fine. Okay. Actually, I should adjust that anyway, because that should be a straight. That should be a straight quote anyway. That should be... Actually, let's do this sensibly. Let's replace all of them in case there are more. No, 2 places. Okay, so we'll save that. All right. So that is... Okay, sorry, go back to this. All right, so Caster's Guide to Self-Defense, that is obviously not problematic. I don't think this has any restrictions. It does not. Well, it's got the regular Wizard Slayer. Let's take a look at... Do these have any sort of restrictions? They do not. So I think this is another description that's going to be fine. Caster's Guide to Self-Defense. I think that's fine. So this is something else we don't need to explicitly do. Accountability and summoning matrices, that is also fine. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, all these tomes should be fine. Unless there's some character in here that is goofy, but I'm not seeing anything that is. So I think that's fine. Vine Shield itself will be fine. So the shield is going to be our first one where we can take a look at existing shields, because shields definitely have an unusability section. So we need this not usable by section. And the other thing too is you can see how materially it presents information differently. So if we want our item to fit in, we kind of have to use this stats block. And actually, you know what, now that I think about it, let's back up a little bit. I think we are going to need this because how... Okay, hold on. Let me take care of Vine Shield while I've got this. Okay. So instead, it does armor class bonus 2, no protection, missile protections. And then usually it does... Let me see how it does Keldorn's sword. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit and I apologize. Okay, so it does it as equipped abilities. Enter statistics. See, that's the thing. Like, the EE standardized so much of this, whereas the originals are still kind of all over the place. So unfortunately, we end up having to do a lot of the same work twice. All right, weight is 2, requires 4 strength. All right, so, and I'm sorry, because I was jumping back to this because I think we are going to have to do these because the originals have very different ways for how they define charge abilities. So for this was based on, we based this on the Ring of Protection +2. So we can come back to our ring, and we can just grab the armor class 2 bonus. And the EEs were obsessive about including weights. The original game was not. So we're going to drop all of that. This is going to end here, but we need to... What's an item that just casts a spell? Well, besides a scroll. It does it like this. Okay. And so it doesn't list it as charge abilities. It just does. It just lists that free form. Well, it does. Okay, it does some other special abilities. All right, so we want to do something like this. Special abilities. Then does damage, range, and area. So I think doing something like this is close enough. Except it uses the 1 space. So I think a format like this, we'll take away the dash and we'll change this margin, and that should have, for all these charge abilities, that should be, I think, good enough to match. So for example, this one, we'll just have, let's take all of this, replace it with a single space, do that. So it's special abilities instead of charge abilities. And then we'll get rid of the weight. And then the books generally don't have an unusability section, so we can get away with doing this. So we'll do this also for the next tome. Okay, get rid of, again, we'll get rid of the weight. Okay, and we don't need the name strings. Well, I'm going to leave the gap. Okay, and that's same here. Stats. Special abilities, not charge abilities. Okay, Vine Shield is fine. We just did its description. Okay, Slippery Court. This is one of the items that is not making it into the original, so we can just delete both of these because these aren't needed. Graze is So let's see. How do we have cloaks that have specific armor class bonuses? Yeah, this is one of the things that really sucks for translators, I'm sure. So we can just say armor class +1 and then armor class specifically against. Yeah, so we'll do, this is for, that's the Vine Shield. Sorry, I need to come back down to grays. Here we are. Armor class +1 and then armor class +1 for slashing and piercing. Instead of like that. And then the rest of the dagger description is also different. Ta-da. Damage 1d4, piercing, weight 1, speed factor 2, 3 strength, not usable by cleric. Okay. And then Lunar Shards. This is a throwing dagger. Let me grab throwing dagger stats. The stat block from throwing daggers. Oh, get back here. All right. 1d4. Oh, what dagger? Yeah, we do it. Thaco is a separate on top of it. Thaco and damage. Speed factor 2, 3 strength. Weight is, oh, weight of these is 0, not 1. Okay. And then combat abilities. Let's see how the Crimson Dart, or no, the Boomerang Dagger. Dagger always returns stability, so this causes a combat ability. Okay, so that is. Let's also we'll also do that as a combat ability. This can harm all lycanthropes. And then just we're talking about like this saloon. If we come back to the game, let's go to G3C. If we come back to, it's presented correctly here, but I don't think this actually works in the original. So we're going to change saloon. We're going to change that from a U hat to just a U. That's going to be one other change that we make. All right. So we're 4 hours in. This is going to be tedious, but you can kind of see what we're doing. It's 3 o'clock, and actually I have an appointment at like 3:30. So I know it's a little abrupt, but I'm going to call the stream here. I'm going to finish working on this off stream because, like I said, this is tedious and not very exciting. Trying to get all of these to match the original description, but you can see how the process is going to go. Like I said, the basic idea is that after it loads game, then it will load a ridge and basically repeat the 1015 that's in game with this 1015, and then everything else in the TP2 will proceed as normal. So I'm gonna finish the tray file work off stream, and then I'm also gonna do the nightly build once I'm done with this, because this is, like I said, this is probably gonna take me another probably half hour to hour, and this is. Oh, it does contain you. Okay, so I didn't need to make that change. So let's undo that change. Okay. Oh, good. All right, so I can do that. I thought that was one of the forbidden symbols. Okay. So I'm going to. So like I said, we're gonna wrap it up here. Thank you for joining. Tomorrow, we're going to do some play testing. We're gonna do our last of our compatibility checks. We're gonna write our README, and then I think we're going to do a release. I think depending on how the playtesting goes, it's either going to be a beta or a full release, depending on how we go, but tomorrow is our deadline. As far as what time for the stream tomorrow, that is still TBD. I think 10 o'clock is going to be fine, but it might need to be 11 o'clock again. So keep your eye on the live stream recap thread, because at this point, honestly, I don't know one way or the other which way it's going to go. So thank you for joining today. I think tomorrow, like I said, tomorrow is going to be our final push to get this done and get us to a release, either a full or a beta, depending on, like I said, how the playtesting goes. But thank you for joining. We'll see you tomorrow. Time tomorrow, like I said, TBD, either 10 or 11. And we'll go from there. But yeah, we'll do the last of our compatibility testing. We'll do some actual in-game bug testing. Depending on my schedule, I might be able to do some tonight. We'll see. If I do find any bugs, I'll wait to fix them on stream so I can show you what bugs we encountered and how to fix them, because QA and bug fixing is a very, very important step, and also one of the most time consuming. So especially like the Realm Shaper's brush, I know that item by itself is going to require a lot of testing. So I think that's it. Again, thank you for joining. We will see you tomorrow at a time to be determined. And thank you very much for joining us.